Chapter 2132. For slaughter runes appeared, and the power was stimulated to the extreme, spreading all over Chu Mu's body. Soon after, Chu Mu's mind moved, and he shattered the 4 slaughter runes, completely activating the power contained within. Using the destruction of the runes as the price, he gained a temporary surge in power. These 4 slaughter runes were randomly chosen by Chu Mu. Their purpose was to break them in exchange for more power when facing a strong enemy. That was all. After all, these 4 slaughter runes could not be compared to the truth runes and killing intent runes. Hence, they were treated as consumables by Chu Mu. An all-out strike, lifeless sword style. The power of Li Perishing Sword was stimulated to the extreme. The sword light turned into a blood-red sword light, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. The whole world seemed to have disappeared under the sword light. In Yi Jingxin's eyes, there was only the blood-red sword light that made him palpitate. This meant that such a sword was a threat to him. It had the power of a half-step great emperor. That's right. After Chu Mu broke the 4 slaughter runes, the lifeless sword style that he used with all his might had indeed broken through the supreme sacred master level and reached the half-step great emperor level. This was Chu Mu's most powerful sword. My sword is called Jingxin. Yi Jingxin's eyes shot out sharp light as if it could pierce through the heavens and earth. He said word by word. Suddenly, Yi Jingxin's sword shook and turned into countless sword light. Every sword light had shocking power. It was as if thousands of flowers had bloomed. Before anyone could react, they had condensed into one, the most powerful sword light. This sword was also called Jingxin. Yi Jingxin. Jingxin sword, Jingxin sword, Jingxin sword. Yi Jingxin's spiritual sword was given to him by his master, the master of Sky Sword Holy Hall. He had nourished it for dozens of years, and it was very compatible with him. His sword principle and sword skills were comprehended from the inheritance left behind by the founding ancestor of Sky Sword Holy Hall. After his master had verified them, they had reached a level that was most compatible with him. Sword principle was called Jingxin Sword Principle. Sword essence was called Jingxin Sword Essence. Sword skill was called Jingxin Sword Skill. Sword Jingxin Sword. Jingxin sword skill turned into a sword light, tearing the heavens and earth. It was earth-shattering and ghosts and gods, as if it could kill gods and demons. It was invincible. The awakening god sword technique and the lifeless sword technique collided as expected. Under the awakening god sword technique, the lifeless sword technique only managed to resist for a bit before being defeated. Although a portion of the awakening god sword technique's power was cancelled out, the remaining portion was still extremely powerful and shocking as it charged towards Chu Mu. Jingxin Jingxin. Jingxin Jingxins. Jingxin Zes Jingxins. Jingxins Jingxins. He's Jingxin-S. Jingxin Jingxin. The awakening god sword art mist. In Yi Jingxin's eyes, Chu Mu's figure had already disappeared. However, Yi Jingxin didn't give up on chasing. Following the weak aura Chu Mu left behind, Yi Jingxin continued to chase. What a terrifying sword! Using the secret art of rapid recovery, Chu Mu's strength recovered rapidly in a short period of time. It was even easier for him to execute the second layer of the worlds and near at hand. The middle stage of the third refinement of the exceptional realm possessed an even more boundless great true power and was even more thorough in the execution of the worlds and near at hand. His full speed was extremely fast, but Yi Jingxin's speed wasn't slow either. Although he was behind Chu Mu, he was still a bit faster than Chu Mu and was slowly closing the distance. If this continued, Chu Mu would be caught up sooner or later. As he tried his best to escape, he recalled the scene from before. Yi Jingxin's sword light was a terrifying sword skill. Its power was at the level of a half-step great emperor. Moreover, it was not the weakest half-step great emperor. That was why it could defeat the lifeless sword style. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still too low. Otherwise, I would be able to fight to my heart's content. Chu-Mu thought to himself, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was hard to meet an opponent, and even harder to find a suitable opponent. If this continues, Yi Jingxin will catch up with me sooner or later. My current strength is not enough to fight with him. The gap between us is too big. Rather than calling it a fight, it would be better to say that I am being suppressed by him. If the gap is too big, it will not be able to hone my skills. As he tried his best to escape, Chu-Mu thought to himself, after all, even the lifeless sword style that he had executed with all his strength, which was his strongest sword, had been defeated by his opponent. How could he fight back? Now that things have come to this, I can only take a risk. Every time he took a risk, he would have to use a power that was beyond his control. This method was often full of uncertainty. The sword principle origin energy had exceeded the limit. This time, he had used 40% more of it. A total of 36% of the sword principle origin energy filled his body, causing Chu-Mu to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His bones and tendons were about to break, and his meridians were about to be torn apart. His muscles were in pain, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. World's End Near at Hand Technique, 3rd level. With all his strength exploding, Chu-Mu ignored his injuries and forcefully executed the 3rd level of the World's End Near at Hand Technique. The World's End Near at Hand Technique was the same as the 4-sided truth-seeking steps. The first level was the simplest. It mainly focused on speed, extreme speed. The second level involved the mystery of space. As for the 3rd level, Chu-Mu only had a vague idea. He had defined the 3rd level as time. Now, it was time for him to explode with even more strength. He had to pursue that little bit of understanding and forcefully execute the 3rd level of the World's End Near at Hand technique. Suddenly, Chu-Mu's body shook. It was as if there were countless overlapping shadows. The surrounding void also became unstable. It was a strange state. In the next moment, time seemed to become chaotic. Chu-Mu's body also disappeared. Coincidentally, Yi Jingxin was chasing after him. When he saw this scene, he could not understand it. He disappeared. Yi Jingxin frowned. He could no longer feel the slightest fluctuation of Chu Wangting's aura. It was as if he had completely disappeared. He did not know where he went. No matter where he went, I will find you, Yi Jingxin muttered to himself. Yi Jingxin mumbled to himself. His tone contained an unshakable determination. I'll kill you. Time rotated. Chu-Mu only felt that he was being tossed around in a turbulent current. He did not know how much time had passed. Maybe it was thousands of years. Maybe it was just a moment. He was dizzy and did not know where he was. The feeling of landing and the strong impact woke Chu-Mu up instantly. He only felt pain all over his body. He quickly checked his body. There seemed to be some cracks in his spiritual world. Luckily, his spiritual world was extremely sturdy and did not shatter. However, his body was in a terrible state. His meridians were broken, his organs were damaged, and his bones were filled with cracks. He was like a broken porcelain. Serious injuries. Extremely serious injuries. The truth-seeking technique automatically activated. Great, true force spread throughout his body and started to heal his injuries bit by bit. Chu-Mu tried to use the secret technique of rapid recovery. However, he realized that he could not use it. This meant that not even a day had passed since he last used it. Luckily, Chu-Mu was secretly glad. He forcefully used the 3rd stage of the World's End Near at Hand technique. It involved the mystery of time. Because he only had a clue, Chu-Mu was a little worried that it would not be stable. If something went wrong, there would be unexpected consequences. However, it seemed that it was still fine. At least, there was no difference in time. But where is this? Chu-Mu stood up with difficulty. He looked around. It was an unfamiliar scene. There was a sense of coldness and desolation everywhere. It was completely different from before. Could it be that I am not in the massacre world? No, I should still be in the massacre world. It's just that I don't know where it is. Forget it. No matter where it is, the plan now is to recover my injuries and cultivation before I can explore. He actively activated the truth-seeking technique. Suddenly, the surrounding chi of heaven and earth surged and entered Chu Mu's body. After it was converted into great true force, it quickly healed his injuries. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu's injuries had recovered by 30%. He already had the basic ability to move. However, this was still not enough. This place was very unfamiliar. He did not know where he was or what kind of danger there was. It was a pity that Chu Mu cultivated the truth-seeking technique. What he cultivated was essence, chi, and spirit. Many pills had no obvious effect on him. Otherwise, with the help of suitable pills, he would be able to recover faster. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. His injuries were finally completely healed. However, his sword Tao origin power had not recovered. After all, to convert great true force into sword Tao origin power, the ratio was too large. It was not that easy. Another half a day had passed. The cracks in the spiritual world had completely disappeared and returned to normal. His sword Tao origin power had also recovered a small part. At this point, Chu Mu could be considered to have a certain level of self-protection. However, it was still not enough. He had to completely recover his cultivation. It would be safer if he completely recovered his strength. Luck could not be by his side all the time. A conversation came from afar and entered Chu Mu's ears. Suddenly, Chu Mu revealed a look of surprise. This is not the language of the human clan. This is the language of the demon clan. Chu Mu was secretly shocked because he thought of a possibility. Could it be that this is not the boundary of the human city, but the boundary of the demon clan's demon city? When he thought of this possibility, Chu Mu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if he was smiling bitterly, but also as if he was excited. He was smiling bitterly because he had escaped from the pursuit of a terrifying enemy, Yi Jingshan. In the end, he had entered a wolf's den. Yes, the boundary of the demon clan's demon city was a wolf's den to the human clan. It was an extremely dangerous wolf's den. Chu Mu's talent was the best in the heavens. However, he could not withstand the attacks of a large number of demon clan experts. If he was not careful, he could be killed by the demon clan. Moreover, Chu Mu was only a supreme sacred master at the moment. Supreme sacred masters could be called experts. However, above supreme sacred masters, there were half-step great emperors. There were many half-step great emperors in the human city, let alone the demon clan. Chapter 2133. After confirming that he had run from the slaughtering battlefield to Devil City, Chu Mu felt an indescribable excitement in his heart after his initial shock. It was the thrill of being alone in the enemy's camp. It was extremely dangerous, as if he was running on a tightrope. Below him was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. If he was not careful, he would die. Chu Mu had to be careful. He had to be. His strength had not fully recovered, so Chu Mu did his best to conceal his aura. He found a relatively secluded place to hide temporarily. When the time came, he would have to ensure that he killed the enemy. He could not give the enemy any chance to escape or send out any information. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by a large number of demon experts. Perhaps even the great Emperor Realm experts of the Devil Clan would be mobilized. After all, this was the territory of the Devil City, not the human city. A few Devil Race people quickly passed by Chu Mu's hiding spot, but did not discover any traces of Chu Mu. They would never have thought that a human would enter Devil City's territory. Since they did not have such thoughts, they naturally would not pay attention to Chu Mu. It's a pity that I don't understand the demon race's language, Chu Mu thought. The human race had many different languages. However, after countless years of development, they had gradually become unified. However, Different races had different languages. One had to go through systematic learning to understand. Compared to different races, the shapes and sounds of various languages were extremely different. If one could understand the demon race's language and characters, they would be able to hear what the demons were talking about. Perhaps it would be useful to them. They would also be able to understand the demon race's martial arts and so on and learn from them. While Chumu was recovering his sword way origin energy, several waves of demons came and went. However, none of them discovered him. Apart from the fact that they did not think that a human had come here, it was also because these waves of demons were relatively weak. They were not Saint Venerables. Otherwise, if a Supreme Saint Venerable passed by, they might have discovered some clues. Chumu's swordway origin energy had finally recovered. At this point, his strength had reached its peak. "I've finally recovered," Chumu said to himself, forcefully performing the third stage of the world's end near-at-hand technique has deepened my understanding of this stage. I can also comprehend some of the mysteries of the third stage of the 4 directions truth-seeking steps. However, my cultivation is still too low and my strength is not enough. If I want to perform it normally, I need to raise my cultivation to a higher level. If I return to the human city now, Yi Jingshan might find me. My current strength is not enough to fight against Yi Jingshan. Chumu thought to himself, but staying in the demon city is like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. However, I am not a sheep, I am a tiger. Chumu decided not to return to the human city for the time being. However, he couldn't get too close to the devil city either. It would be best if he could find a place close to the battlefield. That way, if he encountered any danger, he could quickly retreat to the battlefield. Chumu hid and cultivated slowly. He tried his best to raise his cultivation while waiting for his prey. It was the 3rd day since he came to the Devil City. He was very patient because this was the enemy's territory. He couldn't expose himself at all. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Today, another wave of devil race people came. There were a total of 5 of them. Chumu knew from their chi that the strongest one was a little Saint Master. The other 4 were at the 5th refinement. I can make my move now, Chumu thought to himself. He hid like an assassin, waiting for the best time to attack. With Chumu's precise timing, the sword light broke through the air and arrived in an instant. It was so fast that the 5 devil race people couldn't react at all. Even the strongest little Saint Master couldn't react in time. The sword light pierced through their heads. After killing them quickly, Chumu collected the slaughter runes, and spatial rings of the 5 devil race people. Then he destroyed their corpses without leaving any traces behind. He also erased their chi and returned them to their original state. Earlier, in order to use the lifeless sword style, Chumu had shattered all 4 of his slaughter runes in exchange for a short period of power. That was his original plan. Now he had obtained a few more slaughter runes that could still be used. However, he couldn't use them continuously. After all, every time he shattered a slaughter rune, it would bring a huge impact and burden to him. If the burden was too great, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Another day passed. The number of devil race people that died under Chumu's sword had reached more than 10. Meanwhile, Chumu's slaughter chi was accumulating and sharpening. It was becoming purer and purer. It was imperceptibly increasing the power of the lifeless sword style little by little. On the 10th day, another wave of devil race people died under Chumu's sword. They became Chumu's accumulations and also contributed to Chumu's slaughter runes. Xiao Qin counted the number of demons that died under his sword exceeded 100. The strongest one was a great holy venerate. Chumu didn't dare to attack Supreme Sacred Masters for the time being because Supreme Sacred Masters were very powerful. It would be very difficult to kill them. If he couldn't kill them in one strike, they would leak the news. At that time, he would attract a large number of devil race people to hunt him down. More than 100 devil race people, each with a bronze slaughter rune, were all collected by Chumu. He was preparing to use them as slaughter runes. The death of more than 100 devil race people was nothing to the Devil City. Even if the death count was 10 times more, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the slaughter beasts weren't weak. Entering the slaughter battlefield, they could be killed by people of other races. On the 15th day, more than 200 devil race people had died under Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu waited for another wave of devil race people. The one with the strongest aura was a great sacred master. Chu Mu had already killed more than a dozen great sacred masters. One more wouldn't matter. Thus, Chu Mu looked for the best opportunity to attack. The sword light tore through the air and arrived in an instant. This was the white horse sword technique, which was shockingly fast. As the sword light passed, several devil race people were killed. The great sacred master devil race person was also hit by the sword light. However, something unexpected happened. Chu Mu's sword was blocked. It wasn't the great sacred master devil race who blocked the sword. It was a protective treasure on his body that automatically activated a barrier and blocked the sword. The moment the barrier was blocked, Chu Mu knew that things weren't good. He instantly changed his sword technique into the lifeless sword technique. He pierced through the barrier and attacked the great sacred master devil race. The great sacred master devil race expert, who hadn't reacted at all, was blocked by the barrier. He had an instant to react and saw Chu Mu. Human! The great sacred master devil race expert immediately roared in shock and fear. However, his roar couldn't stop Chu Mu's sword. It pierced through and killed him. After killing the great sacred master devil race expert, Chu Mu quickly collected the spoils of war and destroyed all their corpses. He also attacked everywhere. Sword chi rippled in all directions, trying to create as much chaos as possible. After that, Chu Mu deliberately erased his own aura and quickly left. If this devil species' great holy master's roar were to spread out, it could be heard by other devil species. It could attract the attention of other devil species. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Chu Mu had to take it seriously. As expected, not long after Chu Mu left, a black light flew over like lightning and stopped at the place where Chu Mu had killed the devil race experts. The aura coming from his body was very strong. He was a half-step great emperor who had surpassed the supreme sacred master. The half-step great emperor devil race expert carefully sensed the aura around him and analyzed it bit by bit. About half an hour later, he had analyzed everything. It's a human sword cultivator. He probably has the strength of a supreme sacred master. He actually dares to enter our devil race territory through the massacre battlefield and kill our people. He really doesn't know what death is. The half-step great emperor devil race expert's killing intent was shocking. Then he quickly chased in the direction Chu Mu had left. However, the half-step great emperor devil race expert's chase didn't go so smoothly. Because Chu Mu had prepared himself consciously, he would erase his aura as much as possible wherever he went. He would also leave behind aura fluctuations that could confuse other people's senses, so that the pursuer would have to spend more time to sense and analyze. This would buy him more time. This ability was a little trick that Chu Mu had summed up himself. He usually didn't use it, but it came in handy at a time like this. After a quarter of an hour, the half-step great emperor devil race expert still didn't see any trace of the human. He even suspected that he had chased in the wrong direction. Otherwise, how could a mere supreme holy venerate escape from the pursuit of a half-step great emperor of the demon race? He stopped and continued to sense and analyze. After a long time, the half-step great emperor devil race expert finally confirmed that he had chased in the right direction. It seems that he might be a genius of the human race. Maybe he's a prodigy. The half-step great emperor devil race expert's eyes flickered with ferocity as he thought to himself. Killing a prodigy of the human race was undoubtedly a great merit. He couldn't let go of this opportunity. In addition to this half-step great emperor devil race expert, Other experts of the devil race also learned that the human race had entered the devil city. Therefore, a large number of cultivators of the devil race began to move, searching everywhere for the human race. They were amused by the fact that a human dared to enter the territory of the devil city. At the same time, they wanted to find him and kill him. Otherwise, the longer he stayed in the territory of the devil city, the worse it would be for the devil race. At the very least, it would be a blow to their reputation. The devil race was one of the most powerful races in the chaotic universe. They stood at the pinnacle of the chaotic universe. They were second-order, powerful life forms, while the human race was only third-order life forms. In the eyes of the devil race, they were like ants. It was a disgrace to let an ant roam in their territory. Chapter 2134. Chu Mu was not familiar with the terrain of the demon city, and he also had to sense the location of the battlefield. Hence, he could not reach his maximum speed. Luckily, he erased the aura he left behind in time and created a chaotic aura to confuse the strong demons chasing after him, giving him a chance to escape. However, this was the demon city after all, the territory of the demon race. A large number of demon race members were on the move, looking for the human who dared to enter and wanted to kill him. After a while, Chu Mu finally encountered a group of demon race members. This was an unavoidable encounter. Unless Chu Mu could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground, it was impossible for him to avoid encountering the demon race members. It's him. That human. Kill him. This human seems a little familiar. The group of demon race members only felt that they had seen Chu Mu somewhere before, but they could not recall where. The current situation did not allow them to think too much. They only wanted to kill this human as soon as possible. Whoever could kill this human would be rewarded by the higher-ups. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Encountering this group of demon race members, Chu Mu did not hesitate and attacked with his sword. Tao Seeking Sword Art, Dark Blue World. Heaven Shattering Cloud Sword Art, Level 5. 100-meter dark blue world that was even more condensed descended. A terrifying suppressive force instantly suppressed the bodies of the demon race members, making them unable to move. The terrifying 5,000-meter sword light shattered the clouds in the sky and slashed down. There were more than a dozen demon race members, and the most powerful one was a lesser sacred master. Facing Chu Mu's sword, they were unable to resist at all and were all killed. After killing more than a dozen demon race members, Chu Mu's murderous aura became denser. After quickly collecting the spoils, Chu Mu continued to head towards the direction of the battlefield. As long as he entered the battlefield, it would be more difficult for the demon race to find him. However, there was still some distance from here to the battlefield. With Chu Mu's speed, it would take some time for him to reach there, not to mention that he could encounter the demon race members at any time. Although Chu Mu tried his best to erase his aura fluctuations and create a chaotic aura to confuse his pursuers, there were simply too many demon race people chasing after him, and he would inevitably encounter some of them. Whenever he encountered a demon, Chu Mu would not hold back in the slightest. He would quickly draw his sword and kill his opponent in the fastest, most ruthless and fiercest way possible. He fought for 1,000 li and killed countless people without showing any mercy. Unknowingly, over 100 demons had already died under Chu Mu's sword, and Chu Mu had only consumed a small portion of his strength. This time, Chu Mu encountered an extreme holy venerate from the demon clan. It was an extreme holy venerate from the giant demon clan. When the giant demon clan's extreme holy venerable saw Chu Mu from afar, he pulled out a giant spear from his back and instantly threw it. It tore through the air and shot towards Chu Mu at an astonishing speed. The giant spear tore through the air as if it was piercing through the heavens. The sharp whistling sound made people tremble in fear. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, bombarding toward Shaochen. Chu Mu was locked on. The terrifying aura caused his entire body to tremble. It was as if he was about to be pierced through by the giant spear. The second stage of the 4 directions, true steps, He took a step forward and narrowly avoided the attack of the spear. Chu Mu felt an incomparably powerful and terrifying aura brush past his body. It was so hot that it felt like it was going to burn him. With another flash, Chu Mu closed in on the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate. The Li perishing sword turned into a white dragon. The dragon roared and instantly charged forward. Dao, seeking sword art. Wind and cloud transforming dragon. The wind and cloud transforming dragon under the third refinement of the exceptional realm was extremely powerful. Even the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate did not dare to underestimate it. He pulled out a battle saber and slashed out. The saber turned into a terrifying black saber light. There seemed to be a demon roaring within the saber light as it attacked the white dragon. Chu Mu had to kill the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate in the shortest time possible. Hence, he did not hold back and attacked with all his might. Lesser void, deep blue world, wind and cloud, transforming dragon, sword of slaughter, king's blood. 5 consecutive moves. The lesser void fell and engulfed the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate. Within the lesser void, a deep blue world descended and suppressed the giant demon clan's blood. From the deep blue world, a white dragon roared. Then, from the white dragon's open mouth, a sword of slaughter slashed down. Finally, the sword light turned into the color of blood. It was the king's blood. These 5 sword moves were the result of Chu Mu's deeper understanding of the Dao seeking sword art when he fought against the god race's genius Xin Yu Lu Su in the massacre battlefield. He then combined them into a combo. When combined, their power was even stronger than when they were used individually. In an instant, the giant demon clan's extreme holy venerate was suppressed by Chu Mu's combo. He paused for an instant. His killing intent and murderous intent rose to the extreme. Sword of slaughter. Lifeless sword style. Chu Mu grasped the timing very accurately. He used this sword move the moment he suppressed the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate. This sword had accumulated even more killing intent after Chu Mu had killed hundreds of devil race experts. The killing intent had become even purer, as if it was about to surpass extreme, sacred venerables. Although the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate was powerful, he could not resist Chu Mu's sword when he lost the opportunity. The sharp sword instantly pierced through the void and pierced the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate's forehead, killing him instantly. After killing the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate, Chu Mu flew past and collected everything of the giant demon clan's extreme, holy venerate. He ignored the corpse because there was no time to destroy it. There was no need to. He was getting closer and closer to the massacre battlefield. As long as he entered the massacre battlefield, he would be safer and his chances of escaping would be greater. As for Yi Jingxin, he was no longer in Chu Mu's consideration. After all, 1 or 2 months had passed. Yi Jingxin probably would not continue to stay in the massacre battlefield. Even if he stayed in the massacre battlefield, Chu Mu had to enter. Otherwise, he might be hunted down and killed by the demon clan. As he continued forward, he encountered demon clan experts again. He drew his sword, fought fiercely, and killed. As he continued forward, he saw enemies everywhere. There had never been a moment where Chu Mu felt so scared. One wrong step and he would die without a burial place. As he continued to attack and kill, demon clan experts died one after another under Chu Mu's sword. Some of these demon clan experts were very powerful. It was not easy for Chu Mu to defeat and kill them. After so many times, Chu Mu had used up a lot of energy, and he had also suffered some injuries. After so many battles, Chu Mu felt a kind of exhaustion. Yes, after so many battles, killing and walking on the edge of life and death, he could no longer remember whether the number of demon clan experts that died under his sword was 800 or 1,000. A murderous aura surrounded his body. It was blood red and was so dense that it could not be dispersed. The murderous aura was incomparably dense. But at the same time, Chu Mu's injuries were also very serious. Fortunately, the truth-seeking technique was special. Under the continuous circulation, it kept absorbing the chi of heaven and earth. The chi of the demon clan in the chi of heaven and earth was all refined by the truth-seeking technique and turned into Chu Mu's strength. As the truth-seeking technique circulated, the progress of the third level of the truth-seeking technique also increased little by little. Chu Mu had only created 3 levels of the truth-seeking technique. Every time he cultivated a level, he would unlock a secret technique. After the first level of the truth-seeking technique was cultivated, he would obtain the secret technique to recover quickly. After the second level of the truth-seeking technique was cultivated, he would obtain the secret technique to condense the great true power. But after a mutation, the great true power had become Chu Mu's regular strength. It was equivalent to the secret technique and the truth-seeking technique fusing together. Once the third level of the truth-seeking technique was cultivated, he would also obtain a new secret technique. However, the second level was harder to cultivate than the first level, and the third level was even harder to cultivate than the second level. Chu Mu also did not know when he would be able to successfully cultivate the third level of the truth-seeking technique. Now, after so many battles, life and death battles, injuries, and continuous absorption of the chi of heaven and earth that contained demon chi to recover his strength and injuries, unknowingly, the progress of the third level of the truth-seeking technique was increasing rapidly. Once the third level of the truth-seeking technique was cultivated, Chu Mu would be able to obtain a new secret technique. And that secret technique, once used, would allow Chu Mu's strength to increase by leaps and bounds, reaching a higher level. If I meet Yi Jingxin again, I will definitely be able to fight him if I can master the third level of the truth-seeking technique. Chu Mu thought to himself. He sped up the circulation of the truth-seeking technique to recover his strength and injuries. His footsteps did not slow down at all. He continued to rush towards the direction of the battlefield. "Human, you can't run away." A voice rang out. It was the language of the demon race. Chu Mu could not understand it, but he could feel the excitement contained in it. Yes, this half-step great emperor of the demon race had been chasing after Chu Mu. He had been following Chu Mu's aura, but he had been misled time and time again. It was only now that he saw the figure of the human. He had been worried that the human would be killed by the other demon race. He did not expect that the human was still alive and he had caught up with him. Naturally, he was very excited. After hearing the other party's voice, Chu Mu also felt the fluctuation of the other party's aura. His expression changed drastically. Until now, more than 1,000 demon race experts had died under his sword. However, the most powerful one was only in Supreme Sacred Master. However, the Supreme Sacred Masters of the demon race had brought great pressure to Chu Mu. There were a few times when he had been on the brink of death before killing the other party. He had also been injured. Now, a half-step great emperor of the demon race had come, and he was very close to the battlefield. A half-step great emperor of the demon race, even the most ordinary half-step great emperor, was stronger than a human half-step great emperor, and much stronger than in Supreme Sacred Master. Chu Mu knew that he was no match for such an expert. Speed up? It was very difficult because his current speed was already the fastest he could achieve. Could it be that he had to use the third level of the worlds and near at hand again? However, the third level was full of uncertainty. Chu Mu did not know where he would go after using it. If he was unlucky, he might appear in the Demon City or the Divine City. Chapter 2135. The battlefield of slaughter was right in front of him. It was less than 10,000 meters. With World's End near at hand second stage, Chu Mu could cross over and enter the battlefield of slaughter. Borrowing the environment of the battlefield of slaughter, he could better escape the pursuit of the devil race. However, there was one more person between him and the battlefield. It was a demon race half-step great emperor from the corpse devil race. Chu Mu had a feeling that even if he used the second level of the world's end near body, he would not be able to cross the distance of 10,000 meters because he would be blocked by the corpse devil race half-step great emperor. The corpse devil race half-step great emperor was like a natural moat blocking his way. This was different from when he faced Yi Jingxin. When he faced Yi Jingxin, Chu Mu could retreat even if he was no match for him. However, when he faced the corpse devil race half-step great emperor, Chu Mu had no way to retreat because he would encounter more demon race half-step great emperor. Chu Mu's eyes became more determined. He shook his sword light, and the sword light instantly split into 10,000 sword lights. They were densely packed like a rainstorm, and all of them bombarded the corpse devil race half-step great emperor. At the same time, Chu Mu's figure flashed, and he used the second level of the world's end near body to the extreme. Child's play. The corpse devil race half-step great emperor revealed a cruel and disdainful sneer. He had no intention of defending himself and allowed the 10,000 sword light to bombard his body. He stood there motionless, and his defense was unbreakable. The corpse devil chi around his body was rampant. His hands formed into claws, and he clawed at the void as if he was trying to grab something. Chu Mu immediately felt that his world's end near at hand body's second layer had been disrupted. From a crack in the void, he saw a pair of sharp claws. The claws were withered and skinny, as if they were only skin and bones. They were completely black and emitted a black aura that burned like flames. This claw made Chu Mu feel like a chick facing an eagle's claw. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu ended the second stage of the world's end near at hand technique and reappeared 3,000 meters away from his original location, getting closer to the half-step great emperor of the corpse devil clan. Forcefully stopping the execution of the second stage of world's end near at hand technique caused Chu Mu's chi and blood to surge in reverse, almost injuring him. Fortunately, his cultivation of the second stage of world's end near at hand technique had already reached a certain level, so he was able to withstand the burden of forcefully stopping the second stage. Even so, Chu Mu still didn't feel good. The corpse devil clan's half-step great emperor suddenly punched out. The fist energy was terrifying and overbearing. It was surrounded by grayish-black corpse devil chi. A rotten smell rushed towards Chu Mu. The sword light flickered like a crescent moon in the sky. It instantly slashed down and collided with the fist. However, the sword light was destroyed by the fist, but it also slowed down the speed of the fist. Fight! With a low roar, Chu Mu's battle intent surged. His aura soared to the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. He took a few steps forward and executed the first stage of the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps. His figure was erratic, and it was hard to track him down. However, he quickly closed in on the corpse devil clan's half-step great emperor. For a moment, the corpse devil clan's half-step great emperor couldn't pinpoint Chu Mu's exact location. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Mu. The grayish-black corpse devil flame burned on his hands. Since he couldn't pinpoint this human's whereabouts, he didn't need to pinpoint it. He just needed to crush him with his strength. His fists suddenly swept out, and the grayish-black corpse devil flame swept out in all directions like raging waves. The corpse devil flame was very frightening. Once infected, it would be very difficult to extinguish. The corpse devil flame would constantly consume one's vitality. It was a powerful flame that the corpse devil clan could cultivate. However, not all corpse devil clan members had the ability to cultivate it. Chu Mu didn't understand the corpse devil flame, but his perception told him that this grayish-black flame was extremely terrifying. He definitely couldn't touch it. The 4 directions truth-seeking steps was executed to the extreme. The second stage and the first stage were executed together. He appeared beside the corpse devil clan's half-step great emperor and attacked with his sword. Limitless sword arts, limitless manifestation. The sword shadows were endless and filled with countless changes. Under Chu Mu's hard work and application, limitless manifestation had finally surpassed the small success stage and reached Shang's level. However, according to his current cultivation speed, it would still take a long time for him to reach perfection. Only after mastering 10,000 mammoths of the boundless world to perfection could one continue to master 10,000 mammoths unification. The large success boundless Wanxiang could completely confuse an extreme sacred expert, unless it was an extreme sacred expert with exceptional perception. As for half-step emperors, Chu Mu wasn't sure if it could confuse them. The Corpse Devil Clan's perception wasn't outstanding. Therefore, the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor couldn't differentiate between Chu Mu's sword and the real one. However, did he need to differentiate between real and fake? No, he didn't. In terms of absolute strength, he was superior to this human. Using brute force to break technique, one brute force to defeat 10. With a roar, an incomparably terrifying aura rushed out and swept out in all directions. The Corpse Devil Flame rushed out like waves. The Corpse Devil Clan's expert swept out with his arms, and it was as if mountains were crashing into each other. Limitless manifestation focused on the extreme of technique and variation. It wasn't outstanding in terms of strength and speed. Therefore, it was shattered by the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor. The terrifying power caused Chu Mu's expression to change drastically. He felt as if his bones and tendons had been broken. His blood and qi surged, and his internal organs were injured. Dao Seeking Sword Arts Lesser Void. Dao Seeking Sword Arts Deep Blue World. Dao Seeking Sword Arts Wind and Cloud Dragon. Dao Seeking Sword Arts Slaughter Sword. Dao Seeking Sword Arts King's Blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mu directly performed the Dao Seeking Sword Arts 5 consecutive moves that he had researched. The 5 sword moves were performed in succession. The power of each move pushed the next one forward, increasing the power of the next move significantly. When it came to the last move, King's Blood, its power was more than several times stronger than before. Such a move could already kill most supreme, sacred venerables. However, such a move was still insufficient to deal with a half-step Great Emperor, especially one from the Corpse Devil Clan. However, Chu Mu didn't want to kill or injure the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor. He only wanted to create an opportunity for him to unleash his full strength. Under the 5 consecutive moves, even though the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor was extremely powerful and his absolute power was far superior to Chu Mu's, he could only resist and destroy the 5 consecutive moves with his tyrannical power. Chu Mu grasped the opportunity. The 4 slaughter runes were instantly activated and shattered. Tyrannical power poured into Chu Mu's body from the shattered slaughter runes. After being guided, it condensed into one. 36% of the sword principal origin's power erupted. This was Chu Mu forcibly raising his cultivation from the middle stage of the 3rd refining to the peak of the 3rd refining of the exceptional realm. It was also the highest burden he could bear under such an outburst. All the murderous aura surged and turned into one. All the murderous aura condensed into one. The murderous aura and killing intent mixed and became indistinguishable. Then they condensed with the sword principal origin's power and all the great true force. An outburst that surpassed the limit. The slaughter sword was pushed forward. Lifeless sword style. This was the most tyrannical sword move. The power of this sword move had already surpassed the level of an extreme sacred master. It had truly reached the level of a half-step Great Emperor. The terrifying murderous aura that was contained in this sword move made the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil Clan change his expression abruptly. He was extremely shocked. He was already extremely shocked that a middle stage of the 3rd refining of the exceptional realm could withstand a few moves from him and display the power of an extreme sacred master. Now, this sword move had actually reached the level of a half-step Great Emperor. It had the power to threaten his life. After killing thousands of corpse devil clansmen, his murderous aura became denser and purer. Compared to before, it had obviously improved a lot. This allowed the lifeless sword style, which was closely related to murderous aura and killing intent, to reach the level of a half-step Great Emperor. In addition to the power after the 4 slaughter runes were shattered, the power of this sword move had even surpassed the level of an ordinary half-step Great Emperor. However, Chu Mu could only perform such a sword move once in a short period of time. Facing this sword move, the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan did not dare to underestimate it. Although his body's defense was strong, he could not guarantee that he could withstand this sword move. Blood-red, sword-light, unparalleled slaughter. Chu Mu quickly performed a rapid recovery secret technique to quickly recover his strength. He quickly performed the second level of the world's and near-at-hand body. In a flash, his figure crossed the sky and directly entered the battlefield. At the same time, the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan took the attack head-on. His arm was almost pierced through. Fortunately, he used his arm to protect his glabella. Otherwise, this sword move might have pierced through his glabella. The injury to his arm was nothing to him. The troublesome thing was that the wound could not heal quickly. It was as if there was a strange power constantly tearing at the wound. The half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan, who did not have a strong sense of pain, felt waves of intense pain and twitched uncontrollably. The grayish-black corpse devil flame burned all over the wound. With its tyrannical and corrosive power, it burned the strange power on the wound. The half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan turned around and chased after Chu Mu. Human clan's prodigy, you can't escape. The half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan was furious. A half-step Great Emperor had actually let a third refinement, exceptional human clan escape from his hands. What kind of humiliation was this? At the same time, he was shocked and inexplicably panicked. If such a human prodigy were to grow up, he would definitely become a huge threat to the demon clan. Inexplicably, he thought of the human clan's peerless prodigy, Chu Wangting. He is Chu Wangting. The half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan finally reacted. Damn it! Even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill him. Many things could be sacrificed for the greater good of the clan. This was even more important to the deity clan and the demon clan. For the sake of their clan's reproduction and prosperity, their lives seemed so insignificant. Although the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan was not outstanding, he was not slower than Chu Mu. In fact, he was even faster. In an instant, he had chased after Chu Mu into the battlefield. Chapter 2136. Inside the massacre battlefield, the red mist would interfere with one's vision. Even a half-step Great Sovereign's vision would be affected to some extent. Moreover, the aura of the red mist would also interfere with tracking to a certain extent. Under the rapid recovery secret technique, Chu Mu's strength recovered rapidly. To a certain extent, this recovery also affected his Sword Dao origin energy. His recovery speed was many times faster than usual. The second stage of Skyline Body was continuously executed. In an instant, he had covered a distance of 10,000 meters. However, Chu Mu could still clearly feel the aura of the Corpse Devil clan's half-step Great Sovereign. This meant that the Corpse Devil clan's half-step Great Sovereign was still chasing after him and had no intention of giving up. The truth-seeking technique continued to circulate. Under the pursuit of the Corpse Devil race's half-step Great Emperor, Chu Mu's speed was even faster and more efficient than usual. Like an engine running at full power, Chu Mu's body emitted a series of rumbling noises. Those sounds were like the rolling waters of a great river or the roaring of a hurricane. The progress of the truth-seeking technique was constantly increasing under such high pressure. It was getting closer and closer to perfection. Perfection, perfection as soon as possible. Chu Mu roared in his heart. That was his expectation. The Corpse Devil Clan's half-step great sovereign speed was neither slow nor fast. It was at the standard of a half-step great sovereign. Compared to Chu Mu, he was slightly faster. However, in the environment of the massacre battlefield, this slight difference was reduced by half. Therefore, it would not be easy for the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step great sovereign to catch up with Chu Mu. This was a good thing for Chu Mu. It meant that he still had a chance. However, he was troubled by the fact that it was difficult to determine the direction in the massacre battlefield. Especially when he entered the massacre battlefield from the Devil City, he could only grasp the direction of the Devil City. As for the direction of the human city, it was somewhat vague. If he went in the wrong direction and ended up in the Divine City, it would be tantamount to a tiger behind and a wolf in front. Fortunately, the massacre battlefield was not small. For the time being, Chu Mu would not run to the Divine City's boundary. Now, Chu Mu could be said to be doing 3 things at once. One part was used to run, one part was used to speed up the circulation of the truth-seeking technique, and one part was used to sense the location of the human city. Cunning human. The Corpse Devil Race's half-step Great Emperor was furious as he chased. The more outstanding Chu Mu's performance was, the more intense the killing intent of the Corpse Devil Race's half-step Great Emperor became. Such a human must not be allowed to live. Unknowingly, Chu Mu actually gave birth to a kind of sigh. Thinking back, when he had just entered the slaughter world, he was very weak. Not to mention a half-step great sovereign. Even a great sacred master could kill him. But now, only a little more than a year had passed. His cultivation base had improved, and his strength had increased to the point where he could escape from a half-step great sovereign. This kind of progress was unimaginable. After a long pursuit, Chu Mu's figure appeared before the half-step martial emperor of the Corpse Demon Race again. This meant that they were even closer now. Chu Mu could clearly feel the murderous intent of the enemy behind him. At the same time, the progress of the 3rd level of the truth-seeking technique was only a hair's breadth away, infinitely close to perfection. Mustering all his strength, the truth-seeking technique was still operating at an overdrive. This kind of overdrive would also put a certain burden on Chu Mu's body. If this continued for a long time, it would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. However, Chu Mu did not care so much at this time. There would be time to recover from the damage. The current plan was to increase his strength as much as possible, even if it was only for a short period of time. The Corpse Devil Race's half-step Great Emperor was getting closer, and the pressure on Chu Mu was also increasing. Under the stimulation of the pressure, the truth-seeking technique circulation speed seemed to be stimulated, becoming even faster and fiercer. It was as if thunder roared in the 9 heavens, as if a flood had broken the dike, as if something had been broken. Suddenly, Chu Mu had an indescribable feeling. The powerful, great, true force was constantly circulating in his body, and it was purer than before. There were 3 levels of the truth-seeking technique. With each level completed, the power cultivated by the truth-seeking technique would become purer. The purer the power, the purer it was, the stronger it would be. However, at this moment, Chu Mu's great true force had become purer, but it was still not enough for him to face a half-step Great Emperor head-on. He could only rely on the secret technique after the completion of the 3rd level of the truth-seeking technique. The true mystery of human Tao. In a narrow sense, humans were part of the human race, because Chu Mu himself was part of the human race. In a broad sense, humans represented intelligent life forms, such as the deity race or the demon race. Generally speaking, humans could also be referred to as the deity race or the demon race. Tao was easy to understand. The great Tao of heaven was everywhere. The truth-seeking Tao was an attitude of seeking the truth and seeking the Tao. Secrets were mysteries and mysteries. The true mystery of human Tao was the secret technique of the 3rd level of the truth-seeking technique. The information in his mind allowed Chu Mu to instantly grasp the execution of this secret technique. Without hesitation, Chu Mu directly executed the true mystery of human Tao. Instantly, Chu Mu felt waves of power surging out from the deepest part of his body, filling his entire body. When the true mystery of human Tao was executed, the power unleashed was one's own potential. In other words, the true mystery of human Tao was closely related to one's own potential. The greater the potential, the greater the power unleashed. There was only one level of the true mystery of human Tao. After executing it, 10% of one's potential would be unleashed. Simply put, the true mystery of human Tao had different effects when executed on different people. His potential was astonishing. 10% of his potential was enormous. It turned into power that surged out from the deepest part of his body, filling his entire body. Instantly, Chu Mu felt as if his body was about to expand. He stopped, turned around, and faced the half-step great emperor of the corpse devil race. A tyrannical aura filled his entire body. The terrifying power was like rolling waves, endless. The surrounding air seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of Chu Mu's power, forming a vacuum zone. Such strong power. The corpse devil clan half-step great emperor was shocked. He could see that this human had executed a secret technique. However, the corpse devil clan half-step great emperor was not afraid at all. Up until now, he had not executed the weapon disintegration. The feeling of powerful power filling his entire body intoxicated Chu Mu. The only pity was that the potential unleashed by the true mystery of human Tao would eventually transform into the great true force instead of the sword principle origin energy. For Chu Mu, who was in the exceptional realm, the sword principle origin energy was undoubtedly his main strength. However, under the enhancement of the true mystery of human Tao, the great true force was more than 10 times stronger than before. To a large extent, it had strengthened Chu Mu's strength. Moreover, the powerful great true force could accelerate the recovery of the sword principle origin energy. The Li-perishing sword shook slightly, and the void under the sword turned into a vacuum. Immediately after, Chu Mu executed the line of heaven and earth of the Tao-seeking sword technique and charged towards the corpse devil clan half-step great emperor at an astonishing speed. This speed had surpassed the extreme sacred venerables and reached the level of a half-step great emperor. It was extremely fast. Even though the corpse devil clan half-step great emperor was strong, he was still shocked. The speed of the sword was beyond his imagination. The corpse devil clan half-step great emperor reacted quickly. He immediately raised his arm to block Chu Mu's sword. Under the burning corpse devil flame, a pair of sharp claws appeared on the half-step great emperor's hands. It was his demonic weapon. From the beginning, he did not use his demonic weapon because his strength could completely suppress Chu Mu. However, he did not expect Chu Mu to be so cunning and strong. It was unexpected that he could escape from his hands. Now he had no choice but to use it. The combination of the demonic weapon and corpse devil flame increased the power. It blocked Chu Mu's sword. However, this was only the beginning. Under the true mystery of human Tao, Chu Mu's potential was stimulated by 10%. It was transformed into his own strength. It was continuous and extremely powerful, causing the great true force to surpass the sword principle origin and become his main strength. Any kind of power, when strong to a certain extent, could release a terrifying power. The rich and pure great true force had astonishing power. Chu Mu executed the Tao-seeking sword technique continuously. The white horse sword technique, the sky-shattering cloud sword technique, and the nature of the world. Immediately after, Chu Mu executed 5 consecutive moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique. Under the tyrannical power, he directly suppressed the corpse devil clan half-step great emperor. Weapon disintegration. The Corpse Devil Clan half-step Great Emperor had no choice but to use weapon disintegration. The tyrannical Corpse Devil Clan immediately surged out of his body and enveloped him. At the same time, it also posed a threat to Chu Mu, making it difficult for him to get close. An extremely terrifying aura was released from the demonic weapon. The terrifying power contained in it surged endlessly, causing the Corpse Devil flame to burn even more vigorously. Demonic chi filled the sky and surged violently, shaking the surroundings. Although he could not get close, Chu Mu could attack from a distance. The power in his body was continuous. If he did not release it, he would feel like he was about to explode. However, the Corpse Devil Clan, under weapon disintegration, usually had an amazing defense. Unless one's strength was much stronger than theirs, it would be difficult to break through that layer of defense. The sword light rained down from the sky like a storm. Each beam was powerful enough to kill a supreme, holy master. They all landed on the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor, but they were all blocked by the Corpse Devil Fire. However, the Corpse Devil Fire seemed to be struggling to block so many powerful sword light. The Corpse Devil flames dispersed, revealing the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor and his demonic weapon. The demonic weapon that originally only covered his hands extended to cover his forearms. There was a pair of arm blades on his forearms that looked extremely sharp and ferocious. After the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor's aura became even more powerful and shocking. However, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. Attack! 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 The sword light was like a long river flowing across the sea. Rolling waves of energy surged endlessly like a heavenly river flowing in reverse. It was incomparably violent as it tore through the vast sky and shattered all the red mist. All of it bombarded the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. The Corpse Devil race half-step Great Emperor crossed its arms and charged towards Chu Mu with its Corpse Devil flames burning in front of it. Chapter 2137. After shattering the layers of sword light, the Corpse Devil race's half-step Great Emperor seemed to charge out of a rainstorm. Its claws crisscrossed and tore apart the void. The terrifying radiance made Chu Mu shiver. Powerful energy filled his body and surged violently. His body felt like it was about to explode. Chu Mu did not retreat, nor did he have any intention to defend. He met the attack head-on. He held the sword with both hands and raised it high. He was the only one in the world. Tao-seeking sword art, I am the master. The sword slashed down mercilessly, as if it was going to split the sky apart. The resplendent sword light became the center of the battlefield. The tyrannical energy pierced through the heavens and earth. The claws collided with the sword light. The collision of the half-step Great Emperor's strength was earth-shattering. With one slash, Chu Mu used up all of his energy, but it instantly recovered. Moreover, there was a feeling of swelling and exploding, so he didn't need to pause at all and directly slashed out a second time. Third slash, fourth slash, fifth slash. Every time a powerful martial art was used, it required a certain amount of time to recover. Otherwise, it would damage the body. However, Chu Mu's strength was boundless and far exceeded his usual strength. He had no choice but to use his sword. Every single sword was strong and violent. Unparalleled power poured out from every single one of them. The half-step emperor of the Corpse Devil race was shocked beyond words. He could not imagine what kind of secret skill this human had used to possess such a strong and vigorous power. It was continuous and endless like a tsunami. Slash! Slash! The sword light was ferocious and violent. The speed of the sword was astonishing. Countless sword light slashed down from the sky. The Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor's arms were slightly numb, and he kept retreating. Immediately, Chu Mu performed the Tao-seeking sword arts, 5 consecutive moves. After the 5 consecutive moves, he followed up with another move. I am the master. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. After the 5 consecutive moves, I am the master. Would it be possible to connect them into 6 consecutive moves? However, my main strike was to raise the sword up high before slashing down, while the final strike of the 5 consecutive strikes was King's Blood, which had already been slashed down. Thus, it was difficult to display the power of my main strike. Even so, it was still a combination of 5 moves and my attacks, forcing the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor to take another step back. He realized that ever since this human used an unknown secret technique, his strength had increased to an astonishing level. Even he, who had used dismemberment by execution, was at a disadvantage. Although the half-step Great Sovereign of the Corpse Devil Clan was annoyed, his battle experience was incomparably rich and his battle awareness was tyrannical. He simply chose to defend himself, dodging Chu Mu's sword light again and again. He was waiting for an opportunity. This kind of high-intensity attack couldn't be sustained for too long. There would definitely be a time when it would be exhausted. Once that happened, it would be the time for him to counterattack, which would be fatal. Raising his sword, the dreamy sword light carried a trace of melancholy. The half-step Great Sovereign of the Corpse Devil Clan's spiritual will was suddenly shaken. He felt as if he had recalled a wonderful memory and wanted to forget it again. He wanted to sever his ties with the mortal world and no longer care about the affairs of the mortal world. As soon as this thought appeared, the half-step Great Sovereign of the Corpse Devil Clan was instantly awakened and felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't believe that such a thought would appear in his mind. Just as he was awakening, the dreamy sword light in the sky arrived in an instant. He dodged in time and avoided his vital points, but he couldn't completely avoid it. His chest was immediately slashed by the sword light, opening a deep wound. Dark green blood seeped out. That wound was constantly being torn apart by the astonishing sword chi. The physique of the Corpse Devil Clan was tyrannical, and they had a characteristic similar to corpses. That was, their sensitivity to pain was much lower than normal. In addition, the body of the Corpse Devil Clan had a tyrannical, self-healing ability. Therefore, the injury caused by this sword strike was quite serious for a human. However, it was nothing for a half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. The only trouble was the sword chi on the wound, but it could be expelled with the Corpse Devil Flame. In a battle with the Devil race, if one couldn't destroy their bodies, then one could only attack their vitals. Otherwise, unless one directly broke their limbs, it wouldn't affect the battle at all. If there was any impact, it would be that the Corpse Devil race was very angry because he had been injured by a human whose cultivation was far inferior to his. With a swipe of its claw, it transformed into an enormous grayish-black claw that seemed to extend out of the red mist and fiercely swiped at Chu Mu. Compared to the enormous claw, Chu Mu's body was extremely small. Moreover, the enormous claw was burning with Corpse Devil flames. The power, transformed from potential, surged continuously. Chu Mu's sword didn't stop for a moment. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed out. The resplendent sword light became the center of the attack and attacked the giant claw. If one sword strike didn't work, then 2. If 2 still didn't work, then 3. One sword strike after another. Not long after, the giant claw was shattered by Chu Mu's sword light. The powerful and endless power gave Chu Mu supreme courage. He had a feeling that even if the enemy was a great emperor, a true great emperor expert, he wouldn't be afraid. He would still dare to brandish his sword and fight. Of course, the result would undoubtedly be that he would be crushed to death by a great emperor. Under the display of the true secret of human Tao, Chu Mu's absolute power had reached the level of a half-step great emperor. However, there was still a little gap between him and the half-step great emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. Nevertheless, his power was almost endless and inexhaustible, which completely made up for his shortcomings. Facing Chu Mu's violent attacks, the half-step great emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan couldn't find a chance to counterattack. Chu Mu's body was constantly under the impact of the power. He gradually got used to it, and it became easier for him to control it. He knew that the true secret of human Tao was to stimulate one's potential and transform it into power. It couldn't be sustained for too long. Otherwise, it might damage one's potential and affect one's foundation. This side effect was unavoidable. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. The opponent is too strong. It's too difficult for me to kill him. I can only injure him and take the opportunity to escape. Chu Mu thought. Although he was unhappy that he couldn't kill the opponent, the fact was that a half-step Great Emperor couldn't be killed so easily, especially when the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't too big. Just like the battle between Tyrant Sword King and a half-step Great Emperor of the Demon Clan. Due to Chu Mu's interference, Tyrant Sword King seized the opportunity to injure the half-step Great Emperor of the Demon Clan, especially when the opponent was a half-step Great Emperor of the Demon Clan. Without an absolute advantage, it was even harder to kill them. Chu Mu executed the 5 consecutive moves again. Every time he executed it, he felt that his comprehension of the 5 consecutive moves was deeper. Once, twice, thrice. Every time, he could suppress the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. After the 6th time, a kind of enlightenment welled up in Chu Mu's mind. He immediately integrated the 5 consecutive moves into the 6 consecutive moves. Lesser Void World, Deep Blue World, I'm the Master, Wind and Cloud Dragon, Sword of Slaughter, King's Blood. With the addition of one more move, the power immediately increased significantly. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan, who had already adapted to the 5 consecutive moves, was instantly pushed back a few meters under the power of the 6 consecutive moves. The next 6 consecutive moves came again. Before the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan could recover, he was hit again, using the 6 consecutive moves again and again. Chu Mu's understanding of the essence of the 6 consecutive moves became deeper and deeper. His grasp of timing also became more and more precise. He beat the Corpse Devil race half-step Emperor back continuously. It was hard to imagine that Chu Mu could achieve this. Slash, 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 slash. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan was pushed back a few steps again. Chu Mu's aura suddenly fluctuated and became unstable. Here's my chance. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan's eyes lit up. After being suppressed for so long, he finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. This time, he would definitely kill his opponent. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan's demonic aura surged, and the Corpse Devil Clan's flames soared into the sky. The sharp claws released terrifying energy fluctuations and tore the sky apart. At the same time, Chu Mu's power converged into one. Sword of Slaughter, lifeless sword style. This was the most tyrannical sword move. The blood-red sword light pierced through the sky. The terrifying killing intent made the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan shudder unconsciously. The blood-red sword light arrived and collided with the sharp claws. In an instant, it pierced through the claws' weak points and went straight for the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan tried to dodge, but one of his arms was still cut off. Chu Mu instantly executed the 2nd level of the world's end near-at-hand body. In an instant, he was more than 10,000 meters away from the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan. To a certain extent, losing an arm affected the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan's balance. He couldn't exert his maximum speed. Moreover, he didn't want to lose an arm. He immediately grabbed it and pressed it on the wound. His body's self-healing ability immediately kicked in. In just 10 breaths' time, the severed arm was reattached. Of course, it was only at the initial stage and couldn't exert much power. It would take some time for it to fully heal. In just a dozen breaths of time, Chu Mu was already far away, disappearing from his sight. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan roared and immediately chased after him with his fastest speed. However, Chu Mu's speed was much faster than usual. He wasn't inferior to the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan at all. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan had used up a lot of his strength to withstand Chu Mu's attacks. He didn't dare to continue and could only stop. His strength was greatly depleted, and his speed was slightly reduced. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to catch up with Chu Mu. Damned human, damned human. The half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan roared again and again. He was extremely irritable, and his killing intent was earth-shattering. A dignified half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil Clan had actually let a human with a cultivation base of the third refinement of the exceptional realm escape from him. Moreover, he had lost an arm. He was filled with anger and killing intent. At the same time, a chill emerged from the depths of his heart. That chill was accompanied by a deep fear. Chapter 2138. Surging energy filled his entire body. Chu Mu constantly activated the second realm of the world's near-at-hand technique. In an instant, he was more than 10,000 meters away. In a flash, he flew towards the human city. The closer he got, the stronger the feeling became. After a while, Chu Mu rushed out of the battlefield and returned to the human city. At this point, Chu Mu also quickly stopped using the true mystery of human Tao. The surging and boundless energy suddenly receded like the tide, leaving behind a sense of emptiness. Chu Mu was not used to it. His speed was naturally affected and was not as fast as before. However, he had already entered the human city. No matter how ferocious the Corpse Devil Clan's half-step Great Emperor was, he would have scruples. However, in order to be safe, Chu Mu did not stop at all. He still unleashed the second realm of the world's near-at-hand technique and flew towards the human city. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After that, Chu Mu did not encounter any danger and went straight to the human city. After entering the human city, he went straight to the human palace. After entering a secret cultivation room, Chu Mu quickly activated the truth-seeking technique. The use of the true mystery of human Tao, the instantaneous excavation of potential, and the continuous eruption of energy had overdrawn him. He had to adjust as soon as possible to recover. Otherwise, there would be repercussions and damage his foundation after a long time. Chu Mu's method of recovery was very simple. He just needed to continuously activate the truth-seeking technique in a safe and quiet environment. The truth-seeking technique had a healing effect. This was the ability that Chu Mu had when he first created it. Chu Mu's return to the human city was naturally seen by many people. Therefore, not long after, the people of the 100 Heavens Alliance knew about it. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they thought that Chu Mu had been killed by Yi Jingshin. Not long after, Yi Jingshin also received the news and immediately returned to human city. However, Chu Mu was cultivating in seclusion in human palace, so Yi Jingshin couldn't see him. He could only wait. In the secret cultivation room, Chu Mu was constantly circulating the truth-seeking technique. Unleashing 10% of one's potential with the secret of truth of human Tao was a form of overdraft. However, this type of overdraft was not destructive, but temporary. With proper rest, one could recover. Of course, the secret of truth of human Tao could not be used for too long, or the temporary overdraft would become destructive. When Chu Mu returned to the human city, he immediately stopped using the secret of truth of human Tao. This was because he had reached a critical point. If he continued, it would become destructive. It wasn't easy to recover from the overdraft of one's potential. It usually required a considerable amount of time. This also meant that Chu Mu couldn't continuously use the secret of truth of human Tao in a short period of time unless he wanted to damage his foundation. A few days later, all his injuries were healed. The feeling of emptiness also disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Chu Mu knew very well that the overdraft of his potential from using the secret of truth of human Tao had yet to recover. It had only stabilized. As long as he didn't use the secret of truth of human Tao before he recovered, there wouldn't be any impact. Before that, Chu Mu didn't intend to leave the secret cultivation room. This was because he had more important things to do. Firstly, it was to circulate the truth-seeking technique so that the overdraft of his potential could be recovered faster. Secondly, it was the consecutive moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique. In the past, Chu Mu either used the Tao-seeking sword technique alone or used the sword moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique to boost other sword techniques to increase their power. However, after the battle with Shan Yu Lu Su of the Divine Tribe, Chu Mu discovered a new mystery of the Tao-seeking sword technique. It was the consecutive moves. A reasonable consecutive move would greatly increase the power of the Tao-seeking sword technique. This was also a potential of the Tao-seeking sword technique. It was something that Chu Mu hadn't considered when he created the Tao-seeking sword technique. Now that he had discovered and understood it, Chu Mu naturally wanted to excavate this potential as much as possible. The power of 5 consecutive moves was weaker than that of 6 consecutive moves. This meant that the more consecutive moves there were, the stronger the power. What if I use all 14 moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique in a consecutive move? Chu Mu couldn't help but feel excited. If the 14 moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique could be used in a consecutive move, then the power would reach an astonishing level. However, it wasn't easy to use the 14 moves of the Tao-seeking sword technique in a consecutive move. Just by looking at the improvement from 5 consecutive moves to 6 consecutive moves, Chu Mu knew that it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the more consecutive moves there were, the more difficult it would be. What he needed to do was to use as many consecutive moves as possible before he recovered his potential. 7 or even 8 consecutive moves would be fine. Yi Jingxin stayed in Human City and kept an eye on the Human Palace. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chu Mu was still in the secret cultivation room in Human Palace. In the secret cultivation room, there was a metal sculpture for practicing swordsmanship. Chu Mu was trying to use consecutive moves. Great wind blowing, lesser void, dark blue world, I am the master, wind and cloud transforming into dragon, sword of massacre, king's blood, 7 consecutive moves, with great wind blowing as the starting move. The sword light was like a roaring wind. It carried a powerful force as it transformed into a lesser void and descended. With king's blood as the ending move, the sword of massacre. The crimson sword light pierced through the air towards the metal sculpture, leaving a deep mark on it. It almost cut the metal sculpture in half. This meant that the power of the 7 consecutive moves was infinitely close to that of a half-step Great Emperor. If I add one more move, the power of the 8 consecutive moves might reach that of a half-step Great Emperor, Chu Mu thought to himself. There was no doubt that the power of the 7 consecutive strikes would be stronger than the 6 consecutive strikes. However, in retrospect, when he fought against the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil clan, even if he used the 7 consecutive strikes to attack the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil clan, it could only cause a little more damage to the half-step Great Emperor. Chu Mu reckoned that even the 8 consecutive moves wouldn't be enough. He would need at least 9 consecutive moves. The 7 consecutive moves had taken him an entire month to comprehend and modify before he finally completed it. Thus, the 8 consecutive moves would undoubtedly take a much longer time. As for the 9 consecutive moves, he wasn't sure how long it would take. However, at the moment, Chu Mu still planned to work on the 8 consecutive moves. After all, after the incident with Yi Jingxin and the half-step Great Emperor of the Corpse Devil clan, Chu Mu had learned from the painful experience. He knew that without the strength of a half-step Great Emperor, it would be difficult to fight against a half-step Great Emperor. As for the half-step Great Emperor realm, the difference between the half-step Great Emperor realm and the half-step Great Emperor realm was simply too big. The strength of a half-step Great Emperor was Chu Mu's first goal. It was a goal that he urgently wanted to achieve. There were at least 8 years before the mission to challenge the massacre role would end. Chu Mu firmly believed that he could definitely raise his strength to the half-step Great Emperor realm within this period of time. Then he could challenge the massacre role. There was a corresponding price to pay for using the secret cultivation room in the human hall. It could be paid with massacre secret inscriptions or precept crystals. If it was paid with precept crystals, it would naturally be more expensive than massacre secret inscriptions. However, to Chu Mu, precept crystals had no other use other than as currency. Therefore, he used precept crystals as payment. There were more than 1 million precept crystals in the space ring. Almost all of them were spoils of war obtained from killing enemies. It would be a waste not to use them. Comprehending the Tao-seeking sword principle was the most important task. However, the cultivation of Qiuzhen technique was also very important. It was on par with comprehending the Tao-seeking sword principle. Therefore, Chu Mu would split his time every day. The first half of the day would be spent on the Tao-seeking sword principle, while the second half would be spent on the great true energy of Qiuzhen technique to refine and communicate with the sword principle origin. In this quiet cultivation room, his cultivation began to increase bit by bit. 2 months later, the potential that had been overdrawn from using the true secret of human Tao had finally been fully recovered. Moreover, the recovered potential was different from the other potential. It was loosened. This also meant that Chu Mu could better stimulate it. Cultivation, to put it bluntly, was to constantly excavate one's potential and transform it into power. In the 3rd month, Chu Mu once again used his sword in the secret cultivation room. Go against the current. Flying wind. Lesser void. Deep blue world. I am the master. Wind and cloud dragon. Sword of massacre. King's blood. 8 consecutive moves. This time, he used Go against the current as the starting move. Go against the current was to face all difficulties without retreating or showing weakness. It was like a carp rushing up a waterfall, about to leap over the dragon's gate. The sword light went straight up against the current. It was a sword move with defensive ability. It could resist the enemy's attack to a certain extent and meet the enemy's attack head-on. The characteristics of this sword determined that even if the enemy's attack was stronger than it, it would not be able to defeat it. The sword light, Go against the current, turned into flying wind with the help of the power of Go against the current. After that, it turned into lesser void. The sequence of the sword moves did not change much. It was the same as before. After trying it out, the power of the 8 consecutive moves was indeed much stronger than the 7 consecutive moves. However, it did not reach the level of a half-step Great Emperor as Chu Mu had expected. It barely reached the level of a half-step Great Emperor. Looks like I have to use the 9 consecutive moves. However, if my cultivation increases, the power of the 8 consecutive moves will naturally increase as well. It won't be difficult for it to reach the level of a half-step Great Emperor. Next, I will focus on increasing my cultivation. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a year since Chu Mu had returned to Human City. He had been staying in the secret cultivation room of Human Palace all this time. Yi Jingxin was also very patient and had been waiting outside. He has been in seclusion for half a year. I wonder how much his strength will increase when he comes out. The leader of 100 Sky Alliance, Li Qiubai, thought to himself, for an ordinary cultivator, half a year of seclusion might not increase their strength much. However, for a genius, especially a peerless genius, every seclusion had a purpose. No matter how long it was, there would definitely be a change in their strength. Chapter 2139. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to improve. Each improvement would take a longer time. Previously, Chu Mu went into seclusion to cultivate after a few months of intense battles in the massacre battlefield. His cultivation increased from the first refining to the second refining of the exceptional realm. Now he had been cultivating in seclusion for half a year. Other than cultivating the sword-seeking art, he had also focused on improving his cultivation. However, the effect was not as obvious as before. From the middle refining of the exceptional realm to the advanced refining of the exceptional realm, his sword principle origin had only been refined by 20%. Compared to the past, this kind of improvement speed was very slow. However, compared to the normal situation of the cultivation of the exceptional realm, this kind of improvement speed was quite fast, the kind that could be ranked among the top. After all, it had only been half a year, and he had been improving his cultivation for more than half a year. After half a year of seclusion, Chu-Mu came out. Whether it was the cultivation of the sword-seeking art or the improvement of his cultivation, he had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to improve, it would take at least a few years. Chu-Mu came out of seclusion and left the seclusion room. He appeared in the human palace and applied to a secret guardian of massacre to challenge the 10th place on the massacre ranking. Since Chu-Mu had entered from the slaughtering royal palace, as long as he was able to get into the top 10 of the slaughtering green ranking, other than obtaining the mission reward, he could also obtain a chance to leave the slaughtering world anytime and anywhere and enter the slaughtering world from the outside world, as well as a slaughtering space order. As for only challenging the 10th place, it was because Chu-Mu was completely unsure of the strength of the top 10 people on the Killing Green leaderboard. There was only one chance to challenge this mission, and once he failed, his cultivation would permanently drop. The punishment was extremely severe, and Chu-Mu had no choice but to take it seriously. The 10th place was the last of the top 10. Normally, he would be the weakest. Chu-Mu didn't leave Human Palace, and Yi Jingxin didn't know either. He continued to wait. In half a year, Yi Jingxin naturally couldn't just wait and not do anything else. He was also cultivating, trying to use every minute and second to raise his cultivation, raise his sword Dao, and increase his strength in all aspects. Geniuses belong to the level of talent. However, if they didn't work hard, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. In the end, they would fade into the crowd and become a pitiful example. The title of an expert was never given by oneself, nor was it something that could be obtained casually. One had to put in a lot of blood, sweat, time, and energy to become an expert. Only then would one be able to stand above many people and be looked up to. In the end, one would leave behind an everlasting legend. In the depths of the battlefield, a cold light first arrived, and then a spear shot out like a dragon. A powerful slaughtering behemoth that had reached rank 8 intermediate slaughtering behemoth did not have the slightest ability to resist and was instantly killed by the spear. The slaughtering gigantic beast was dead and the spear light disappeared. A silhouette appeared. It was an imposing young man. That spear attack was just a casual attack from him, but it had killed a rank 8 slaughtering gigantic beast. It was obvious that the young man was terrifyingly strong. He had surpassed the level of a supreme holy master. He was a half-step great sovereign. After collecting the slaughter secret runes from the slaughter behemoth's corpse, the young man suddenly paused, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Someone wants to challenge me? Is it one of them?" The so-called one of them referred to those who were ranked below him. That person was called Si Kongyu, a genius from a high-tier world. He did not leave his name on the Sword Cliff. According to many people's guesses, if he wanted to leave his name on the Sword Cliff, he would at least be ranked in the top 5. Of course, that was before. In Human City, not everyone would leave their name on the Sword Cliff. There were 2 kinds of people who did not leave their name. One was those who wanted to leave their name but were not qualified, and the other was those who were qualified but did not want to leave their name. Si Kong, you belonged to the latter. If it was not for the mission, Chu-Mu would not have left his name on the Sword Cliff. As for those who did not want to leave their name, although they had absolute confidence in themselves, it was difficult for them to compare themselves with those who had left their name on the Sword Cliff. They often felt that if they were willing to leave their name on the Sword Cliff, they might be ranked first. Si Kongyu agreed to the challenge. Then he disappeared. No matter where they were, as long as they were called for a challenge and agreed, they would be directly transmitted to the challenge space. The challenge space was originally chaotic. Immediately, lightning struck down and the world seemed to be split open. The wind and clouds changed, and the challenge space began to change. High mountains, flowing rivers, long rivers, snowy grasslands, the scenery rotated and finally settled on a lake. The lake water was green and boundless as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge gemstone embedded in the earth. Two figures appeared in the air above the dark green lake at almost the same time. Their feet were only 3 inches away from the lake. These two people were Chu-Mu and Si-Kong-Yu. At first sight of Chu-Mu, Si-Kong-Yu was startled because he did not know him, nor was he one of the people he had mentioned. "You want to challenge me? What's your name?" Si-Kong-Yu asked casually with a spear in his hand and a shocking sharp aura surrounding him. He could see that the other person's cultivation was only at the middle of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, while his own cultivation had reached the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm. "Chu Wangting," Chu-Mu said. "Chu Wangting, first in leaving your name on the Sword Cliff." Although Si-Kong-Yu did not leave his name on the Sword Cliff and did not pay much attention to it, he knew the name Chu Wangting. It was because Chu Wangting was the first person in 1,000 years to break Chu Huangji's record and surpass 10 feet. Even if Si-Kong-Yu was very confident, he had to admit that Chu Wangting's potential was very shocking. Perhaps even he could not compare to him. However, leaving one's name on the Sword Cliff mainly showed one's potential. Potential was potential. It was potential power that had not been developed and transformed into real power. Potential and strength were 2 different things. "Challenging me is not a wise choice," Si-Kong-Yu said unhurriedly. Si-Kong-Yu said unhurriedly. There was an indescribable confidence in his tone. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. This confidence was based on his powerful talent and strength. It was based on the fact that he had defeated powerful enemies time and time again. "Not necessarily," Chu-Mu said indifferently. He did not show any weakness in his words. "Then you'll have to ask the spear in my hand." Si-Kong-Yu suddenly laughed. His right arm shook and the long spear shot out like a dragon. It was like a dragon slithering on the surface of a lake and instantly shot towards Chu-Mu. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It did not seem powerful, but in fact it was condensed power into a single point to break through space. This spear alone displayed Si-Kong-Yu's amazing spear technique. Si-Kong-Yu was not the kind of person who would show mercy or humility just because his opponent's cultivation was weaker than his. For him, as long as it was a battle, no matter who his opponent was, he would seize the opportunity to strike first and directly defeat his opponent. This was the experience he had gained through many life and death battles. As Si-Kong-Yu thrust out his spear, Chu-Mu felt that he had been locked in place and there was nowhere to run. The perishing sword slashed from bottom to top, and the sword light broke through the air. Then he took another step forward, using the 2nd level of the 4 directions truth step, space. In an instant, the sword light and the spear light collided. The spear light was so powerful that it actually shattered the sword light directly. However, Chu-Mu was nowhere to be seen. Si-Kong-Yu did not panic at all. He shook his spear, and it suddenly surrounded his whole body. Layers of light and shadows appeared, and the spear light was like a dense, starry sky, protecting his body. However, a sword light was seen coming at an amazing speed, as if it had come from the sky. It instantly pierced through the gap between the spear light and stabbed towards Si-Kong-Yu. Si-Kong-Yu was startled, as this was a bit out of his expectations. Immediately, a feeling of excitement emerged from the bottom of his heart. This kind of battle was more interesting. The rotating spear moved slightly and easily blocked Chu-Mu's sword. At the same time, his arm shook slightly, and the spear suddenly bounced. A piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle rang out, and the front half of the spear suddenly swept out. The terrifying power of the spear seemed to be able to break a mountain. The spear was long and the sword was short. Each had its own advantages. Facing Si Kong Yu's sweep, an ordinary person's reaction would be to retreat. However, Chu Mu's reaction was to take a step forward so that the power of the sweep could not be fully displayed. Then he suddenly pushed out the Li perishing sword and took advantage of the momentum to cut. Si Kong Yu's reaction was extremely fast. His arms moved, and the spear followed the rotation. The short blade at the end of the spear slashed towards Chu Mu's throat. It was extremely dangerous to fight speed with speed in close combat. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be injured or even killed by the opponent. However, such a battle made both Chu Mu and Si Kong Yu extremely excited. With the cultivation of the third refining of the exceptional realm, coupled with his superb sword technique and Heaven Realm sword technique realm, Chu Mu had the ability to fight against Si Kong Yu in close combat. This was also under the condition that Si Kong Yu did not use his full strength. In fact, the current battle between the two could only be considered at the level of an extreme sacred master. They did not use any powerful spear technique or sword moves. They were completely using the variations of the basic spear technique and basic sword technique to fight against the opponent. This was a completely probing attack in battle. Si Kong Yu's fighting experience was incomparably plentiful, and his fighting awareness was exceptional. Facing Chu Mu, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Of course, from Si Kong Yu's point of view, the fact that Chu Wangting was able to fight against him to this extent made him feel extremely shocked. The more they fought, the more Si Kong Yu found it interesting. He increased his strength slightly, but found that his opponent seemed to have become stronger. Some people were born with the ability to become stronger when facing strong opponents. Without a doubt, Chu Wangting was such a person. Being the first to leave his name on the sword cliff had already interested him. Now the battle experience, skills, and battle awareness in the battle amazed him even more. Chu Mu was also very surprised. If the 10th on the massacre roll was like this, then what about the top 9? He could not help but feel his blood boiling. Chapter 2140. He hasn't come out yet. Yi Jingshin kept an eye on the human palace as he cultivated. He did not see Chu Wangting, so he could only continue to wait. As for whether Chu Wangting would become even more powerful after he came out of seclusion, Yi Jingshin did not consider it. That was because he was also cultivating and increasing his strength bit by bit. Moreover, his strength had reached the level of a half-step great emperor. He knew how much effort he had put in to reach this level. Chu Wangting might have great potential, and it was hard to find anyone who could compare to him. However, potential was potential and strength was strength. Yi Jingshin was never afraid of people who were more talented than him. On the contrary, he yearned for them. In the challenge space, the green lake water stretched as far as the eye could see. Two figures overlapped each other and light flashed. Terrifying chi flowed in all directions, causing the lake water below to ripple endlessly. Suddenly, Si Kong Yu's spear shook. His chi was like a dragon that swept in all directions. The half-step Great Emperor's strength was unparalleled. It directly shook Chu Mu away. This strength was brutal, but not rough. Instead, it was very precise, forcing Chu Mu to retreat. When Chu Mu retreated, Si Kong Yu's arms moved. The spear pierced through the air like a cold star descending from the sky. Suddenly, the spear shattered and turned into thousands of streaks of light. They were like a meteor shower, and each strike contained terrifying power. They could easily kill an extreme sacred master. At this point, Si Kong Yu had shown his true strength. He had used his powerful strength to force Chu Mu to retreat. In terms of absolute strength, Chu Mu was not as strong as Si Kong Yu. This was a fact. This spear also made Chu Mu feel that Si Kong Yu's strength was definitely not inferior to the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan who had chased after him. It wasn't a joke that one could defeat 10 with brute force. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Si Kong Yu suddenly swung his spear. Under the terrifying sound of the wind breaking, Strong wind swept in all directions. Immediately after, the spear spun and circled around Si Kongyu like a fiery wheel. The powerful strength kept accumulating and then condensing into one as the spear pierced out. The spear light pierced through the air, tearing apart the surface of the lake as it blasted towards Chumu. The continuous attacks forced Chumu to constantly retreat and dodge. He used his body movement and footwork to the extreme to avoid the attacks. Chumu was immediately suppressed by Si Kongyu's full strength, which brought great pressure to Chumu. After activating the power of the 4 slaughter talismans, Chumu's strength increased slightly. Soon after, his sword Dao's origin energy surpassed the limit, increasing his explosive power by 2 millionths. His strength increased once more, and the perishing sword instantly chopped down. Dao seeking swordsmanship, I am the master. After the collision, the force of the collision spread out in all directions. The surface of the lake surged. Chu Mu's figure seemed to have passed through the lake water. His sword stabbed toward Si Kongyu. Limitless sword arts, limitless nature. Deshang's omniscient nature made it difficult for Si Kongyu to distinguish the real from the fake. Shadow of Dao seeking swordsmanship. A sword that was stealthily moving between the cracks of the void silently attacked. Si Kongyu was shocked. He rotated his spear and changed several times in an instant. With his rich battle experience and outstanding battle awareness, he resisted Chu Mu's shadow sword. The challenge space was a very mysterious space. Even if you were killed, you wouldn't really die, and you wouldn't suffer any injuries. Therefore, both sides of the battle could use all their strength and methods without worrying about killing each other. Such a battle without any scruples was a real battle. 3 slaughter talismans lit up on Si Kongyu's body, indicating that he had also activated the power of the slaughter talismans. In terms of quantity, Chu Mu had 4 slaughter talismans, while Si Kongyu had 3. However, in terms of power, Chu Mu's 4 slaughter talismans were not comparable to Si Kongyu's 3 slaughter talismans. That was because Chu Mu's 4 slaughter talismans were only chosen to be broken at the critical moment in exchange for power. They were not carefully selected to be the most suitable for him. Si Kongyu's 3 slaughter talismans were the most suitable for him. There was no such thing as the best or the worst slaughter talisman, only the most suitable slaughter talisman. After using the slaughter talismans, Si Kongyu's strength increased again and became more powerful. Break. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu directly broke the 4 slaughter talismans. In an instant, 4 powerful forces emerged and filled his body, making Chu Mu's strength increase again. It was impossible for Si Kongyu to break the 3 slaughter talismans, because he had carefully selected them to be the most suitable for him. For them, he had spent a lot of time and energy. Of course, if it was a real life-and-death battle, he would also use them at the critical moment. After breaking the 4 slaughter talismans, Chu Mu's strength was still a little weaker than Si Kongyu's, but it was not that big. He could barely fight. More sword principle origin power broke out. It increased by 2 parts per million. Suddenly, Chu Mu's cultivation reached the limit of the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, which was the limit he could bear now. Any more, and it would be the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm, which would cause a serious burden on his body. If he did not completely accept the sword principle origin power that he freely controlled, it would be very difficult for him to recover after each outburst. It was almost as if the more he used, the less he would have. But there was no other way. Chu Mu's opponents were all above him in cultivation and strength, so he had to do this. Exquisite and tyrannical spear techniques and mysterious and unparalleled sword techniques collided again and again. Si Kongyu's spear technique was called the Dragon King spear technique. The spear was like a dragon, and its power was astonishing. Chu Mu naturally used the sword seeking Dao seeking, the white horse sword technique, the sky-shattering cloud sword technique, and the Sanluo sword technique. The difference in strength was not that obvious. Chu Mu could also fight fiercely with Si Kongyu with his Heaven Realm, Sword Technique Realm. This made Si Kongyu even more surprised. It should be known that his cultivation was at the 5th refinement of the Exceptional Realm, while his opponent was only at the 3rd refinement of the Exceptional Realm. Defeat him. A thought arose in Si Kongyu's mind. It was incomparably firm. This was also Chu Mu's thought. After a long battle, the outburst of the sword principal origin power could not be overloaded for too long. Secrets of Human Tao. Without hesitation, Chu Mu once again used the secret technique after the consummation of the 3rd refinement of the truth-seeking technique, Secrets of Human Tao. After half a year, Chu Mu's overdrawn potential had long recovered. This time, there would be no aftereffects. It would be fine as long as the duration was not too long. 10% of his potential was instantly stimulated and transformed into power. The feeling of his body being filled with powerful energy arose spontaneously. Chu Mu felt as if his body was about to explode. The powerful energy passed through his body and affected the surrounding space. It fluctuated violently, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A hint of surprise flashed in Si Kongyu's eyes. He could feel that a powerful energy emerged from his opponent's body. It was continuous like a torrent. Secret technique? I have one too. Without hesitation, Si Kongyu also used a secret technique. A dragon's roar sounded from his body. The powerful aura also rose layer by layer. His strength was once again enhanced. Both sides had brought out their full strength. After the secrets of human Tao, in terms of absolute power, Chu Mu was still inferior to Si Kongyu, who had used a secret technique. However, he won in terms of endless power. Strike! The sword light fell from the sky. It was so powerful that Si Kongyu had no choice but to block it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that another powerful sword light, which was powerful enough to threaten him, fell from the sky. One sword strike after another, as if there was no end to it. Si Kongyu was a little dazed. He had never thought that his opponent would be so freakish after using a secret technique. It seemed that the powerful sword skill didn't need to consume any energy. It was like a basic sword skill that could be used as freely and continuously as if it didn't require any energy. For a moment, Si Kongyu was like the half-step Great Emperor from the Corpse Devil clan. He could not find a chance to counterattack. He could only use a spear technique to defend himself. The Dragon King spear technique was a spear technique that focused on attacking. It was not outstanding in terms of defense. However, Si Kongyu had practiced more than one spear technique since he started cultivating. The mountain twisting spear technique was not as powerful as the Dragon King spear technique. However, it was good at defense. When it was used, it was as if he had turned into an immovable mountain. The mountain stood on the ground with the ground as its root. When it was attacked, the power would be transmitted to the ground and dispersed, thus protecting the mountain. The mountain twisting spear technique was quite mysterious. Si Kongyu had cultivated it to the highest level and had mastered its essence. Therefore, the power of each of Chu Mu's sword attacks was blocked by Si Kongyu's spear technique. At least 30% of the power was directed to his feet and blasted into the lake, turning into countless ripples. After a few sword strikes, Chu Mu was able to see the exquisiteness of the opponent's spear technique. It was able to guide a portion of the power from under its feet and use the objects under its feet to disperse the power of the attack. The 30% dispersion was extremely obvious. After a few more strikes, Chu Mu's body slightly paused. Si Kongyu immediately seized this opportunity to change from defense to offense. He changed the mountain twisting spear technique to the Dragon King spear technique. There seemed to be a dragon roaring at the tip of the spear. He raised the spear as if a dragon was rising into the sky. The dragon rising of the Dragon King spear technique. This spear was Si Kongyu's move from defense to offense. It carried a great power, and it was a move that could turn the situation around. The spear flicked upwards, but Chu-Mu didn't dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. Tao-seeking sword technique, go against the current. The sword light and the spear light collided. The spear light was cut open from the middle. The sword light suddenly dispersed and turned into a violent gale. Under the gale, a lesser void space was formed. Immediately, a dark blue world appeared in the lesser void space. The dark blue world was shaking. The terrifying sword light, as if it was the most powerful being in the world, slashed down in an instant. Within the sword light, a dragon's roar was heard. A white, double-horned dragon rushed out from the world and dived down. It opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar. Chapter 2141. The roaring white dragon swooped down. A sword light filled with murderous intent shot out from its open mouth. Killing sword. The sword light pierced through the sky and instantly disappeared into the crack in the void, leaving only a shadow shuttling through the crack in the void. Shadow! Suddenly, just as it was about to hit Sikongyu, the shadow sword seemed to cut open the body of the void. It was instantly stained with blood. King's blood. At this point, Chu-Mu had performed 8 consecutive moves. The blood-red sword light slashed down instantly. Its power was shocking. The 8 consecutive moves started with against the current. After the killing sword, it was originally King's blood. Now it was Shadow. Then, it connected with Shadow to strike King's blood. The 8 consecutive sword moves were driven by the power of the true mystery of human Tao. Its power had already surpassed the level of a supreme, sacred master. It was completely at the level of a half-step great emperor. Facing the 8 consecutive sword moves, Sikongyu felt that it was difficult to resist. He changed his spear technique again. The Dragon King's spear technique's dragon shadow instantly circled around his body like a mountain. This move was a defensive and counterattacking spear technique that he had created by combining the essence of the Dragon King's spear technique with the essence of the Pan-Shan spear technique. Pan-Dragon spear technique. The blood-red sword light slashed down, but it was blocked by Sikongyu's spear. The dragon shadow circling around him shook and rushed out to counterattack Chu-Mu. This counterattack was extremely powerful. Chu-Mu used the second level of the 4 directions truth-seeking steps to take a step back. However, he could not completely avoid it. He performed against the current again. Then he performed another consecutive move. Sikongyu had no choice but to continue performing the Pan-Dragon Spear technique. He blocked it again. The dragon shadow counterattacked again, but it was broken by Chu-Mu again. The 8 consecutive moves bombarded him again. This repeated several times. Chu-Mu could not break through Sikongyu's defense, and Sikongyu could not interrupt Chu-Mu's attack. Once again, Sikongyu used the coiling dragon spear style. At the moment when the dragon shadow counterattacked, Sikongyu gathered all his strength. His long spear danced wildly in the air, transforming into numerous flood dragons that circled around his body. Countless flood dragons gushed out from his spear, forming a terrifying pressure that suppressed the surrounding space, making it difficult for Chu-Mu to get close. Suddenly, the long spear pressed down, as if it could crush a mountain. Then it pointed forward, and the countless flood dragons all roared, each louder than the last, as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Suddenly, the 10,000 flood dragons all entered the spear, as if they had fused with the spear. In an instant, the spear transformed into a huge golden dragon. This was the Flood Dragon King, the Dragon King. The golden dragon carried an incomparably terrifying power and monstrous might as it blasted towards Chu-Mu as if it could shatter the world. Rumbling sounds accompanied it, shaking the heavens and the earth. This move was called the Holy Dragon King Cleave. The Holy Dragon King Cleave was the ultimate move of the Dragon King Spear style. It was also the last move, and its power was incomparably strong. Chu-Mu looked solemn. The golden dragon rushed towards him with unparalleled power, making Chumu feel as if his mind was about to be shattered. He was sure that if he was hit by such an attack, he would definitely be injured or even killed. Although the countercurrent sword style was good, the gap between them was too big to be effective against such an attack. The second stage of the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps, was used to cross the gap between space and time. However, the golden dragon also crossed the gap between space and time, rushing towards Chumu. When an attack reached a certain level of power, crossing space was no longer a fantasy. It could even cross time. As for Chumu's 4-way truth-seeking steps, second stage space, it wasn't a true space but a mystery. He used it again, continuously using the second stage of the 4 directions, truth-seeking steps together with the second stage of the world's and near-at-hand body. Even so, the golden dragon kept chasing after him, but the distance between them was slightly widened. Chumu locked onto Sikongyu and rapidly approached him. Sikongyu, who had just used the Holy Dragon King Cleave, was recovering his strength. He could not use a second powerful attack. What greeted him was a sword light. Tao-seeking swordsmanship's countercurrent sword style. Wind blowing. Lesser void world. Deep blue world. Wind and cloud dragon. Sword of slaughter. Shadow. King's blood. The 8 consecutive moves appeared again, but Sikongyu was not afraid at all. He had withstood the 8 consecutive moves several times, and he was confident that he could withstand it again. As long as he could withstand it this time, he would be able to recover and launch another counterattack. He used the coiling dragon spear style to defend again. Suddenly, the blood-red sword light became more intense, at least several times stronger. The terrifying killing intent and murderous aura were all stimulated to the extreme, condensing into the sword and slashing down. Lifeless sword style. After using the 8 consecutive moves, the power of King's blood was pushed to the extreme, and finally, the lifeless sword style was activated. Originally, Chumu's lifeless sword style was driven by the Sword of Slaughter, but now it was driven by the 8 consecutive moves. Its power had been further enhanced, reaching a very shocking level. This sword style was one of the gains that Chumu had made in the past 6 months of seclusion. Chumu had full confidence in the power of this sword style. If he had such cultivation at that time, there was an 80% chance that this sword style could have killed the half-step great emperor expert of the Corpse Devil clan. The use of lifeless sword style was completely out of Sikongyu's expectations. Since the start of the fight, this was the first time Chumu had used such a sword style. It was extremely unfamiliar, and its power was incomparably shocking. The sudden attack of killing intent shook Sikongyu's mind. Even the coiling dragon spear style with amazing defense could not resist the power of the lifeless sword style. The dragon's shadow instantly shattered and disappeared. The blood-red sword light passed through the spear and cut Sikongyu's body into 2 halves. Sikongyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. This result was obviously not within his expectations. Chumu's aura was also affected when he used the lifeless sword style to kill Sikongyu. The golden dragon instantly rushed forward and hit Chumu. The tyrannical power exploded. Chumu's defense was so weak that it was directly torn apart. Torn into pieces. Death. Sikongyu was first killed by Chumu, and then Chumu was killed by Sikongyu's ultimate move, the Holy Dragon King Destruction. However, the 2 of them did not really die. They appeared in their original places. In the battlefield, Sikongyu's face did not look good. He had been killed. Chu Wangting, wait until I become stronger. I will take back my ranking, Sikongyu said. He did not see the scene where Chumu was killed by his ultimate move, the Holy Dragon King Destruction. It can't be a draw, right? Chumu, who appeared in the human palace, thought. He could not help but be a little worried. If it was a draw, it was very likely that all his previous efforts would have been in vain. After 10 breaths, the result came out. Chumu was overjoyed. He had won. Although he was killed in the end, he had killed Sikong Yu first. At that time, he had won. On the Slaughter Cyan ranking, Chu Mu was ranked 10th. As for Sikong Yu, he fell back to 11th. The rankings after him automatically moved back by 1 place. In other words, the original 1000th place fell out of the Slaughter Cyan ranking. However, this had nothing to do with Chu Mu. He had successfully ranked 10th on the Massacre ranking and completed the mission of the Massacre Shrine. He would be rewarded. A blood-red light fell from the sky, directly hitting the human palace. Many people saw this scene and were extremely surprised. They all rushed to the human palace. The blood-red light fell directly on Chu Mu. Immediately, Chu Mu felt that he had mastered another massacre rune. Celestial Sword. This slaughter rune was called Sky Sword. As its name suggested, it was a slaughter rune related to swords. It was a rare slaughter rune. The reward of the massacre ranking was closely related to the final ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Chu Mu was ranked 10th, so the reward was naturally very good. The Celestial Sword rune could not directly increase Chu Mu's attacking power, but it had one effect. That was, when the power of the Celestial Sword rune was activated, Chu Mu's every sword attack would automatically follow up with the power of the Celestial Sword rune. The power of the Celestial Sword rune was 50% of the power of the previous attack. The direct attack power did not increase, but there was an additional follow-up attack. In an invisible way, it was equivalent to increasing Chu Mu's strength. This Celestial Sword rune was Bronze level rank 5, the highest level among Bronze level runes. It lasted for a long time, a full 300 breaths of time, which surprised Chu Mu. If I already had this Celestial Sword rune in the battle with Sikong Yu, it would definitely be easier for me to defeat him. Chu Mu thought to himself. In the previous battle, his victory was partly due to luck. However, if he already had the Celestial Sword rune, he would definitely have one. But now, even if he had the Celestial Sword rune, Chu Mu was not confident that he could defeat Sikong Yu. This was because after using the true mystery of human Tao, he would need at least a month to recover his overdrawn potential before he could use it again. This time, the duration of the true mystery of human Tao was less than half of the previous time. Naturally, the overdrawn potential was not as much, so the recovery time was even shorter. This battle has allowed me to gain a deeper understanding. I'll go into seclusion for a while more. Chu Mu thought to himself. He dispelled his plan to leave the human hall. Instead, he opened up a secret cultivation room and went into seclusion again. Without a doubt, Sikong Yu was a very strong opponent. His absolute strength was actually superior to Chu Mu's. Chu Mu was able to defeat him, partly due to luck. Therefore, the battle with Sikong Yu was also an excellent training for Chu Mu. Chu Mu, who had just come out of seclusion, fought with all his strength against Sikong Yu. He had grasped all the gains from his seclusion and had gained a new understanding. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not want to leave. He took the opportunity to go into seclusion again and convert the gains from the battle into strength. The changes on the Massacre Green Roll also attracted the attention of many people. Most of them were people on the Massacre Green Roll. Because they were on the Massacre Green Roll, they could easily find out about the changes in the rankings. Chapter 2142. A message was transmitted to Chu Mu's mind, letting him know that he could now leave the Slaughter World. After entering the Slaughter World from the Massacre Royal Palace, one had to fulfill some conditions to leave. Now, Chu Mu had fulfilled the conditions and could leave at will. His original plan was to go to a medium or high domain to cultivate and improve his cultivation and strength. After he reached the Great Emperor Realm, he could return to the Azure domain again. However, due to an accident, he was on the verge of death and accidentally entered the Massacre Royal Palace, and then the Slaughter World. After staying in the Slaughter World for nearly 2 years, his understanding of the Slaughter World had reached a very deep level. Moreover, the Slaughter World was just this big. Either he was in closed-door cultivation, or he was out hunting slaughter behemoths or entering the slaughter battlefield to kill enemy species. After a long period of time, Chu-mu felt tired. This kind of weariness was not physical weariness, but the weariness of the soul. He felt that his cultivation path should not be so monotonous and limited to one place. The source realm was so big and the chaotic universe was so vast. He should travel around to increase his knowledge and accumulate experience. Only then could he go further on the path of sword principle. If he was limited to a small place, no matter how hard he worked, the environment had already determined that it would be difficult for him to achieve much. The slaughter world was indeed a small place compared to many other domains. It was often used by the geniuses of the outside world as a place to gain experience. Now, Chu-mu felt that he had gained enough experience in the slaughter world and wanted to leave. But before I leave, I need more massacre secret inscriptions, Chu-mu thought. The massacre secret inscriptions were used to condense massacre runes and replenish the power of the massacre runes. Chu-mu had several massacre runes before. One of them was passive and did not consume the power of the massacre secret inscriptions. Two of them were solidified and did not consume the power of the massacre secret inscriptions. However, the newly obtained Sky Sword Massacre rune needed to consume the power of the massacre secret inscriptions. The Heavenly Sword Slaughter rune lasted for 300 breaths. After its energy was depleted, it would require 500 bronze rank slaughter runes to replenish it. Currently, Chu-mu only had a few thousand bronze rank slaughter runes. He couldn't even replenish it 10 times. Once he left Slaughter World, it would be difficult to obtain more slaughter runes. Therefore, before leaving, he wanted to obtain more slaughter runes. It was hard to say how many massacre secret inscriptions he had obtained from killing giant slaughtering beasts or enemies. Therefore, Chu-mu decided to make a trip to the Sword Cauldron Pavilion to sell the loot he had obtained from the massacre battlefield and the loot he had obtained from killing thousands of demons in the Devil City. After walking out of the human hall, Yi Jingshin received the news. However, when he arrived, Chu-mu had already left. They missed each other, but Yi Jingshin still chased after Chu-mu. In the Sword Cauldron Pavilion, Elder Zhang looked at the pile of demon weapons in front of him with his mouth agape. He did not know what to say. There were thousands of demon weapons, which meant that thousands of demons had died under Chu Wangting's sword. In addition to the demon weapons, there were also hundreds of godly armors, which represented the lives of hundreds of deity clan members. Ha ha ha, I was right. Someone who can be recognized by the Li Perishing Sword is indeed extraordinary. Elder Zhang was very happy. Elder Zhang, change all of these demon weapons and godly armors to bronze-level massacre secret inscriptions, Chu-mu said. No problem, Elder Zhang said straightforwardly. These demon weapons and godly armors came from different demon clans and deity clans. There were strong and weak demon weapons and godly clans. Therefore, the demon weapons and godly armors had different levels. 100,000. In the end, Elder Zhang offered 100,000 bronze-level massacre secret inscriptions. Okay, Chu-mu agreed immediately. The transaction was very pleasant. Chu-mu received 100,000 bronze-level massacre secret inscriptions. This meant that the power of the Sky Sword Massacre secret inscriptions could be replenished 200 times. In addition to the thousands of massacre secret inscriptions that he already had, he could replenish them a few more times. More than 200 times of replenishment were enough. Little friend Chu, is the Li Perishing Sword useful? Elder Zhang asked after the transaction was completed. Good sword, Chu-mu said. After obtaining the Li Perishing Sword, his attacking power had increased significantly. The Li Perishing Sword itself was very sharp and its 5 attributes were very powerful. It was worthy of being called a top spiritual sword. It could be said that the Li Perishing Sword played a part in Chu-mu's many battles and victories over strong opponents. While the two of them were chatting, Yi Jingshin was waiting outside the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Elder Zhang, I have to leave, Chu-mu said. He had already decided to leave the slaughter world and head to the higher regions. Little friend, you are planning to leave the slaughter world, right? Elder Zhang suddenly smiled. This made Chumu a little surprised. He did not say that. I guessed. Elder Zhang smiled and said, the slaughter world is too small after all. It can only be used as a place to train. Little friend, you have already trained enough in the slaughter world. If you continue to stay, you will just repeat the same thing again and again. Moreover, I think that with your talent, you should explore the myriad heavens. With 100,000 bronze-level massacre secret inscriptions, Chumu went downstairs and walked out of the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a figure outside the Sword Cauldron Pavilion. Yi Jingshin. Chumu's voice was neither loud nor soft. Chu Royal Court. Yi Jingshin's gaze also landed on Chumu at the same time. It was as if his gaze could pierce through time and space. The sharpness of his gaze made people's hearts palpitate. Without any reason, a few cultivators who happened to pass by the Sword Cauldron Pavilion suddenly trembled. They were completely out of their control. It was as if an ordinary person had suddenly been blown by a gust of cold wind. They subconsciously avoided it. Chumu and Yi Jingshin's eyes seemed to have sword light flashing in them. Sword essence shot out and pierced through the void. The invisible confrontation caused the air to constantly shatter. Last time you escaped. This time you won't have the chance. Yi Jingshin did not speak, but Chumu could understand what he was trying to say from his gaze. Last time, you couldn't do anything to me. This time it will be the same. Chumu's meaning was also very clear. This was a kind of confidence that came from the increase in his strength. Yi Jingshin's strength was indeed very strong. Perhaps he was even stronger than Sikongyu, but the current him was much stronger than before. However, Chumu was very clear that there was still a gap between his strength and Yi Jingshin's. Moreover, Yi Jingshin's potential had been overdrawn, and he was still recovering. He couldn't use it again in a short period of time. He couldn't use the true mystery of human Tao. In terms of absolute strength, he couldn't surpass the level of an extreme sacred master and reach the level of a half-step great emperor. However, with the Sky Sword rune, once the power was activated, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against an ordinary half-step great emperor. However, Yi Jingshin wasn't an ordinary half-step great emperor. Moreover, after a few months, Yi Jingshin's strength wouldn't have remained stagnant. Under all circumstances, even if Chumu could use the true mystery of human Tao again, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Jingshin. Chu Wangting, why did you kill my brother? Yi Jingshin asked. His voice was cold, and there seemed to be a sense of pity. At the beginning, he had wanted to kill Chumu. However, after seeing Chumu's strength, he felt a sense of sympathy. As a peerless genius of the human tribe, Yi Jingshin also understood the human tribe. Hence, he felt sorry for Chumu. However, he still wanted to avenge his brother. He couldn't give up just like that. If Yi Jingyan didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't have killed him. Chumu said simply. Yi Jingshin didn't doubt Chumu's words. He knew Yi Jingyun's character very well. Chu Wangting was a peerless genius. Such a person wouldn't bother to lie, just like Yi Jingshin himself. Chu Wangting, I will definitely avenge my brother. Yi Jingshin said. However, I will only hunt you down once. If you can escape from me again, you won't die yet. This was Yi Jingshin's way of giving in. From the perspective of the human tribe, he didn't want to kill Chumu. However, from the perspective of personal hatred, he wanted to avenge his brother. To kill or not to kill, this was a difficult choice. In the end, Yi Jingshin used this method. He would only hunt Chumu down once. If he could kill him, he would kill him. If he couldn't, then he would consider himself lucky. From then on, their grudges would be settled. Hearing Yi Jingshin's words, Chumu was very surprised. Speaking of which, there was no direct grudge between him and Yi Jingshin. However, one wanted to avenge his brother, while the other didn't want to be killed. Hence, they had crossed swords once. Chu Mu didn't dislike Yi Jingxin. Chu Mu was also very happy to cross swords with such a peerless genius. However, if it was a life and death grudge, then it wouldn't be so pleasant. It was naturally better if the grudge could be settled, especially after Chu Mu witnessed the strength of the divine race and the demon race. He understood that if the human tribe wanted to rise, they needed to have enough strength. Without a doubt, the human tribe's geniuses were a kind of hope, because only geniuses could fight above their level. Only geniuses could fight one-on-one against the demon race and the divine race. In other words, geniuses were the hope of the human tribe to become stronger, and the peerless geniuses were the kind of hope that could influence the situation to a certain extent. If two peerless geniuses didn't have a deep grudge against each other, they wouldn't fight to the death. For the human tribe's higher-ups, they didn't want to see such a situation. Yi Jingxin, the current me is still not your opponent. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. Chu Mu said, "Today, I will also leave the massacre boundary." Yi Jingxin also knew that Chu Mu was speaking the truth. Until now, he still didn't understand how Chu Mu managed to escape. "Chu Wangting, do you dare to make an agreement with me?" Yi Jingxin seemed to have thought for a while. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chu Mu and said slowly, "What agreement?" Chu Mu asked, "You and I are both geniuses of the human tribe. In the future, we will definitely become great emperors. When we become great emperors, we will fight again and settle our grudges." Yi Jingxin said seriously, "All right." Chu Mu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Yi Jingxin turned and left. They didn't say where they would fight again after becoming great emperors, because they would meet again. Chapter 2143. The Origin Realm was one of the three main worlds of the chaotic universe. It had countless domains, with the largest number of low-level domains, followed by medium-level domains, and the smallest number of high-level domains. There were many races in the Origin Realm, such as the human race, the Vajra race, the orc race, and the soldier race. In addition, there were many smaller races that divided the Origin Realm. For example, the Azure Domain, the Crimson Domain, and the Great Sky Domain were domains that completely belonged to the human race. In addition to the pure race domains, there were also some domains that belonged to the hybrid race domain. The hybrid race domain meant that there were many races residing in the same domain. The hybrid race domain was at least a medium-level domain, and there were also high-level domains. The 100 Battles domain was one of the few high-level hybrid race domain, and it was also Chu Mu's destination. From the Massacre domain, he passed through the Massacre space-time gate and arrived at the 100 Battle domain in an instant. He had left the Slaughter domain in order to better hone himself. This kind of training was not only to hone his cultivation base, but also to hone his knowledge and experience, both physically and mentally. The next stop of the Slaughter domain was naturally a high-level domain, because the great Tao of a high-level domain was more complete and more beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, the environment of a high-level domain was better and there were more geniuses. In the high-level domain, Chu Mu had chosen the hybrid race domain because he felt that if he chose the human race domain, his opponents would all be human race domain, and if he chose the alien race domain, his opponents would all be alien race domain. It would be too monotonous. Therefore, Chu Mu had chosen the hybrid race domain. In the 100 Battles domain, there were the 4 major races of the human race, the Vajra race, the soldier race, and the orc race, as well as more than a dozen other smaller races. It could be considered rich in races, and there would naturally be more challenges in such a domain. Seeking the truth and seeking the Tao could not be limited to one type. It needed to be developed in many ways to be more perfect. It is indeed a high-level domain. The density of the Yuan Qi here is more than 1,000 times greater than that of the Azure domain. As soon as Chu Mu arrived at the 100 Battles domain, he took a deep breath and was surprised by the density and purity of the Yuan Qi here. Compared to the 100 Battles domain, the Azure domain was like a remote and desolate place. apart from the higher concentration and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Chu Mu also discovered that the sky of the 100 Battles domain seemed to be many times higher than the azure domain. At a glance, it was boundless, as if this domain was many times larger than the azure domain. These were not illusions. They were all real. The area of the crimson domain was 10 times the size of the azure domain, and the crimson domain was only a medium-level domain. The 100 Battles domain was at the peak of the high-level domains. Its area was at least 10 times the size of the crimson domain, and at least a few hundred times the size of the azure domain. In such a huge domain, there were more than 10 races living in it, each with their own territory. Usually, there would not be any conflicts, but competition was unavoidable. Although the 100 Battles domain was incomparably huge, there was only one slaughtering space-time gate. This was a rule set by the master of the slaughtering domain and could not be violated. Therefore, the location of this slaughtering space-time gate was on the 100 Battles domain. The 100 Battles domain was relatively close to the center of the 100 Battles domain and was a public domain. It was adjacent to the domains of the 4 major races and several small races, and it was very convenient to travel. Which side is the domain of the human race? Chu Mu quickly swept a glance. He was not at all familiar with the 100 Battles domain. Although it was not a big deal to go to the domain of a foreign race, he was after all a human. Naturally, it was best to go to the domain of the human race first, and after he understood the information he needed to know, he would plan on other things. After randomly choosing a direction, Chu Mu flew in the air. He did not use his full speed and was only slightly faster than the normal speed of a third-stage Supreme Expert. As he flew, Chu Mu met several people. "Everyone, may I ask which direction is the domain of the human race?" Chu Mu asked politely. "You just came from another domain to the 100 Battles domain." One of the people immediately asked, and a strange light seemed to flash in his eyes. "Yes," Chu Mu directly admitted. "The domain of the human race is in that direction." This person immediately said and pointed in a direction. "Little brother, I can tell with one look that you have an extraordinary aura. You must have come from a higher domain, right?" "Yes." Faced with such probing words, Chu Mu also directly admitted he was just asking for a direction and could not be bothered to say so much. "Thank you for telling me. Goodbye." After Chu Mu knew the direction, he moved again. Wait. The few people also moved quickly and appeared in front of Chu Mu, blocking him. "Do you have any other advice?" Chu Mu's expression did not change, and he said unhurriedly, "We don't have any advice, but little brother has asked us a question, and we have answered it. Shouldn't little brother express his gratitude?" One of them said with a smile. Chu Mu was speechless. He was just asking for a direction, and they actually wanted to ask for benefits. There were really weirdos everywhere. How should I express my gratitude? A faint smile hung on Chu Mu's face as he asked a question. After experiencing the tense survival situation of the slaughter world and coming to a new place and environment, Chu Mu relaxed a bit and wasn't in a hurry. The path of cultivation was particular about the balance between tension and relaxation. Necessary relaxation was necessary, even if it was just mental relaxation. How about this? Seeing that your cultivation is at the 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm, and that you came from a higher domain, your wealth should not be bad. Just 1,000 law crystals will do. A short person among the few people said, as if 1,000 law crystals were very little, and he spoke in a tone that suggested Chu Mu was taking advantage of him. 1,000 law crystals were indeed nothing to Chu Mu. He still had hundreds of thousands of law crystals in his interspatial ring. However, asking for 1,000 law crystals for a direction was clearly extortion. This kind of behavior made Chu Mu very unhappy. When he had just entered the massacre domain, he had been cheated of 500 law crystals. Now that he had just arrived at the 100 Battles domain, he was going to encounter a similar situation. 1,000 law crystals? That's too little. I have more than 1,000 here. I can even take out 10,000, Chumu said with a smile. Hearing Chumu's words, the few people's breathing became hurried and their eyes shone. Among them, the highest cultivation was at the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm, and the lowest was at the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. Therefore, 1,000 law crystals was not a lot to them, but it was not little either. However, when they heard that it was 10,000 law crystals, they were shocked. All the law crystals they had added up were at most 3,000, which was a clear difference from 10,000. If they could obtain 10,000 law crystals and divide them equally, everyone's wealth could multiply several times. Just thinking about it made them feel incomparably excited. Good, good, good. Since you're so cooperative, very good. Hand over the 10,000 law crystals to avoid making a mistake. There are more than 10,000 law crystals in my interspatial ring. There are more than 100,000. Chumu said again with a playful smile. It had been a long time since he was in such a relaxed mood to tease a few ants. Yes, in Chumu's eyes, these people were not much different from ants. After all, although their cultivation was higher than Chumu's, their strength was ordinary. It should be known that in the massacre domain, Chumu's opponents in every life and death battle were all powerful. They were at least at the sacred venerate level, and those at the back were all at the half-step great emperor level. The gap between a sacred venerate and a sacred venerate was huge. You're messing with us, right? When those people heard Chumu's words, their faces immediately darkened. When Chumu said that he had 10,000 law crystals, they believed it, but when he said that he had 100,000, they did not believe it. 100,000 law crystals. What kind of concept was that? Just thinking about it made their hearts tremble. A mere 3rd refinement exceptional realm, whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. So what if he was a genius? It was impossible to have 100,000 law crystals on him. I'm in a very good mood today and don't want to kill anyone. You all move aside, Chumu said. Teasing the ants was enough. There was no need to say more. Scared me to death. Brothers, did you all hear that? These people were first stunned, then laughed loudly until they were out of breath. Little did they know that Chumu was telling the truth, but they treated it as a huge joke. Hand over your spatial ring obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, the short man threatened with a ferocious look. Everyone surrounded Chumu, revealing killing intent. Actually, I really want to have a happy start so that I don't have to fight and kill every time, but facing the threat and killing intent, Chumu was not afraid at all. Instead, he sighed softly. Thinking back, every time he went to a new place, he could not avoid a battle and killing. This made him rather depressed. Why couldn't he be a little happier? This time there could have been a little change, but he did not expect that it was still the same. Kill. The few of them immediately attacked. Saber light slashed out, and palm prints blasted through the air. Chumu did not even look, and did not even take out his sword. He directly used his finger as a sword and slashed through the void. It was just a casual slash, but there was a stunning sword light tearing through the air. Under that sword light, all the attacks were defeated, and then it continued to kill. Spare! As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, the truth will be known. As soon as Chumu made a move, these people immediately knew that they had kicked an iron plate. They had provoked someone they should not have provoked. This person was definitely a genius or even a heaven's pride who could fight across several levels. However, it was too late for regret. The moment they attacked, they knew what would happen to them. Sword light flashed, and their heads fell. Several people who tried to kill Chumu died instantly. Their primordial spirits were directly shattered, and they could not be more dead. Casually putting away the spatial rings of these people, Chumu shattered their corpses with a palm, and then quickly flew in the direction of the human territory. Chapter 2144. In the end, Chumu did not reach the human territory because he saw a huge city along the way. The city did not have walls. The buildings inside were like tall towers. Some were as sharp as swords pointing to the sky, and some were curved like large bowls. It was very unique. Before entering, Chu Mu could see many figures. There were humans, Vajra race, soldier race, beastmen race, and some other races that he had never seen before. However, the various races in the origin realm were generally similar in appearance. There were only some differences in some details. Even the beastmen race had 80% resemblance to humans, and 20% of them had the characteristics of other races. It did not look strange at all. Since there was a city, Chu Mu went into the city. Soon, he learned that the city was called the 100 Battles Sky City. It was a public city of mixed races. It was easy to understand. Just like the 100 Battles domain was a mixed race domain, the 100 Battles Sky City was a city that did not have a clear ownership. It was a city that was jointly owned by various races. Not long after entering the 100 Battles Sky City, Chu Mu felt traces of aura fluctuations that were constantly colliding with each other. Clearly, there were people fighting, which attracted Chu Mu's attention. Not long after, he saw huge towers. Each tower had a different appearance and was filled with strong racial colors. For example, the human race's tower was sharp like a sword, the Vajra race's tower was like a giant standing between heaven and earth. The soldier race's tower was like a collection of various weapons, and the beastman race's tower was like a giant beast. The towers of different styles were connected, but they did not appear abrupt. Instead, there was a sense of harmony, as if they symbolized the friendship between the various races. There were many towers, and when connected, they formed a huge circle. Chu Mu walked into the human race's tower. After passing through the first floor, he saw the interior. There was a huge arena that was tens of thousands of meters in size. On the arena, there were two people fighting fiercely. One of them was from the Vajra race, and the other was from the Beastmen race. It seems that the Great Mountain King will win again this time. If the Great Mountain King wins again, he'll be able to get 20 consecutive victories. Chu Mu didn't understand the gist of it, but the king of the Great Mountain should be referring to the person from the Vajra tribe. After all, the Vajra tribe didn't have any surnames, and their names were usually more rough or imposing. Friend, I've just arrived here. May I ask what's the deal with the 10 and 20 consecutive victories? Chu Mu immediately asked the person beside him. Newcomer, no wonder you don't know. Let me tell you, this kind of battle is called 100 battles. This person glanced at Chu Mu and began to explain in detail, as if he was a good teacher. With this person's explanation, Chu Mu quickly understood. The 100 Battles Sky City was a special city that was jointly built by the various races in the 100 Battles domain. Its purpose was to provide a place for battles, which was the 100 Battles Arena. Its deeper purpose was to select the elites of the various races from the 100 Battles Arena and recruit them to their side. In order to attract more people to participate in the 100 Battles Arena, the higher-ups of various races jointly set up rewards. The rewards were for 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories, and the highest was 100 consecutive victories. Of course, the reward for 10 consecutive victories was the lowest, which was 1,000 nomological crystals. The reward for 20 consecutive victories was 5,000 nomological crystals, and the reward for 30 consecutive victories was 10,000 nomological crystals. In addition to more nomological crystals, there were other rewards for 40 consecutive victories, such as elixirs that were suitable for exceptional cultivators to consume. In general, most of the people who participated in the 100 Battles Arena were cultivators from ordinary backgrounds or small forces. There were also some disciples from large forces who weren't valued that much. After all, those who were heavily nurtured by large forces didn't lack resources at all. Of course, there were also some exceptions. Moreover, there were some cultivators from other domains who wanted to make a name for themselves in the 100 Battles domain, and they would also participate in the 100 Battles Arena. Fame and fortune had always been the pursuit of everyone, and even experts at the sovereign realm couldn't avoid it. Not to mention that they could fight cultivators of all sorts of races through this combat arena, and it was extremely good for tempering themselves. In this kind of battle, as long as one didn't kill the opponent, it didn't matter even if one was severely injured because there were enough resources to recover in a short period of time. Without a doubt, this made the 100 Battles Arena even more attractive. Every day, many people would come here to participate in the 100 Battles Arena. However, there was only 100 Battles Arena, and there was usually only one arena master. After being challenged and defeated, the victor would become the new arena master and accept challenges from others. The restriction of the 100 Battles Arena was the exceptional realm. In other words, those who wanted to participate in the 100 Battles Arena had to be at least in the first refinement of the exceptional realm, and the highest couldn't exceed the half-step Great Emperor realm. In the original Ancient God world, or Deep Blue world, the immemorial realm was a level that was highly valued. However, in the Origin world, the immemorial realm was just like a child growing up. Only when one reached the exceptional realm would one be considered a sensible youth. As for the Great Emperor realm, they were like young adults. However, the gap between the first refinement of the exceptional realm and the half-step Great Emperor realm was too big. Therefore, when people below the saint level entered the arena, they would usually be defeated in a few battles. The battles in the 100 Battles Arena mainly belonged to the saint level, from Little Sacred Master to Supreme Sacred Master. As for the half-step Great Emperor realm, it was very rare and almost impossible to appear. After all, cultivators who had the ability to cultivate to the half-step Great Emperor realm were either from extraordinary backgrounds or had good opportunities. At this moment, both the Vajra clan and the Orc clan were fighting in the 100 Battles Arena with the strength of a Little Sacred Master. It seemed that the battle between the two sides was evenly matched. However, Chumu could sense that the Vajra race was gradually grasping the rhythm and gradually suppressing the Beastman race. It seemed that in less than 10 moves, the Vajra race would be able to completely grasp the rhythm and suppress the Beastman race, defeating the Beastman race within 3 moves. The reality was just as Chumu expected. In the 13th move, the Vajra clan attacked with both fists and bombarded the Orc's body, sending him flying a few hundred meters away. He vomited blood and couldn't get up for a moment, so he could only admit defeat. After the injured Beastman admitted defeat, a clear light fell from the sky. After 3 breaths of time, the light disappeared, and the Beastman's face became ruddy again. Most of his injuries had been healed, and the rest of his injuries were also quickly recovering. He estimated that he would be completely healed in a short period of time. The Great Mountain King has won 20 consecutive battles. That's amazing. Little Sacred Master is invincible. All kinds of praises were given to the Vajra clan's king of the Great Mountain. Who else? The Vajra clan's king of the Great Mountain issued a challenge after winning 20 consecutive battles. There was a rule in the 100 Battles Arena. After winning 10 consecutive battles, 20 consecutive battles, and so on, the challenger could apply for a break and replace the challenger with another challenger. After all, continuous battles would consume one's energy and make one feel tired. Of course, if the challenger didn't want to rest, he could continue to fight. However, the Vajra clan's king of the Great Mountain seemed to be full of vigor and wanted to continue fighting. Sure enough, another Little Sacred Master jumped down from a tower and landed on the 100 Battles Arena in front of the king of the Great Mountain. It was a Bing clan member. The Bing clan member's arm turned into a battle axe and directly slashed at the king of the Great Mountain. The attack was so powerful that it seemed like it could split the arena in half. Good. The king of the Great Mountain roared. His whole body seemed to be covered in a metallic luster. He shook his fists and his aura fluctuated. One of his fists shattered the battle axe, while the other was aimed at the Bing clan member. The Bing clan member reacted quickly. He jumped nimbly and dodged the Vajra clan member's counterattack. He suddenly appeared in the sky and slashed his battle axe down. The king of the Great Mountain's strength was undeniable. His 20 consecutive victories were enough to prove it. The Bing clan member was not weak either. He had rich battle experience and was able to fight intensely with the king of the Great Mountain. The Vajra clan's strength lay in their bodies. Almost every Vajra clan member's body was extremely strong, and they had mastered a secret technique called the Vajra body. Once they used the Vajra body, their defense would increase exponentially and become even more terrifying. It was extremely difficult to break through. The Bing clan's talent lay in transforming their weapons. The weapons they transformed into were extremely compatible with their bodies. Therefore, the Bing clan members could easily reach the so-called human realm. Compared to the other clans, the human clan did not have any secret techniques. However, the human clan was more proficient in learning and creating. This was something that the other clans could not compare to. Different clans had their own strengths and advantages. In order to make a clan stronger, there was no doubt that other than having enough geniuses and sky prides, one also needed to fully exploit the strengths and advantages of their own clan. The intense battle attracted everyone's attention. The Bing clan member's strength was much stronger than the beast man from before. Therefore, the crowd could not tell who would win at this moment. The king of the Vajra clan's king of the Great Mountain activated his Vajra body to increase his defense. After taking a hit from the Bing clan member's battle axe, he seized the opportunity and attacked the Bing clan member with his fists. The Bing clan member was defeated. However, the Vajra clan member also suffered some injuries. Unfortunately, he had missed the opportunity to rest. He could only continue fighting until he was defeated or won 30 consecutive victories. At this time, a figure leaped from the human clan's tower and landed on the stage. It was Chu Mu. In fact, Chu Mu was aiming for the 100 consecutive victories. He was very tempted by the reward. Chapter 2145. F***CK, isn't that the guy who asked me about the 100 Battles Arena? The guy who explained the 100 Battles Arena to Chu Mu was dumbfounded. He's only at the advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm, and he wants to fight with a lesser sacred master. Does he think that the king of the mountain is no match for him just because he has exhausted his strength and suffered some injuries after 11 consecutive battles? That's probably what he thinks. On many towers, many people's gazes fell on Chu Mu. They were all stunned at first, but then started laughing loudly. Their gazes were full of ridicule. Obviously, no one thought highly of Chu Mu's advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm. Not necessarily. Maybe he's a genius who can challenge those above his level. What a joke! Only an exceptional genius can challenge a lesser sacred master with his advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm. If he's an exceptional genius, he doesn't even need to come here. Maybe he's here to challenge and train himself. What an interesting young man. I can sense something extraordinary about him. A great emperor of the human race said casually as he sat on the top floor of a tower. Emperor-level experts, in terms of realm, were far superior to exceptional realms. Therefore, they could often see more profundities. Of course, they couldn't see the profundities of Chu Mu himself. It was only a pure feeling. Although I'm injured and I've used up a lot of my energy, I'm still not someone advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm can fight against. Get down. The Mountain King was furious. He felt that he was being looked down upon. In the slaughter world, geniuses were relatively common. After all, those who dared to enter the slaughter world to gain experience were more or less capable cultivators. However, in the outside world, geniuses were relatively rare. This was not because there were fewer geniuses, but because the number of cultivators in the outside world was too large. Under this ratio, geniuses were naturally relatively rare. Moreover, only a peerless genius could fight against a little sacred sovereign with only the third refinement of the exceptional realm. The Mountain King didn't think that this human who appeared out of nowhere would be an exceptional genius. The Mountain King's fist tore through the air. The golden fist energy was extremely powerful. It tore through the sky and struck towards Chu Mu with a domineering force. It was as if the fist was going to crush Chumu. The crowd saw that the advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm human didn't have any intention of dodging. In other words, he couldn't dodge the fist of the Mountain King. *T, he has angered the Mountain King. Even if he's not dead, he's going to die. In the next moment, a ray of light flashed before everyone's eyes. That ray of light was sharp and fast, as if it could cut open the void. It was a sword light. No one knew when the advanced third refinement of the exceptional realm human had drawn his sword. He didn't seem to have used any special sword technique. He merely drew his sword. The sword light pierced through the air and sliced through the Mountain King's golden fist energy like it was tofu. It slashed towards the Mountain King like a hot knife through butter. It slashed onto the Mountain King's chest in an unavoidable manner. The powerful force exploded and sent the Mountain King flying hundreds of meters away. From King of the Mountain's angry punch, to Chumu's counterattack, to King of the Mountain being sent flying a few hundred meters. All of this happened in a short span of time. It was too fast, and it completely overturned everyone's subjective thoughts. They were stunned and stared blankly at King of the Mountain, who was struggling to get up. Their minds were in a mess. The Mountain King was also in a daze. He still hadn't realized what had happened. As for struggling to get up, it was purely his body's instinct. However, the sword had worsened his injuries. After struggling to get up, he felt pain all over his body. It was difficult for him to even raise his hand. He didn't have the strength to continue fighting. After a few breaths, the Mountain King finally realized that he had been defeated. The audience also realized that the Mountain King had been defeated by a third refinement of the exceptional realm, human, sword cultivator, whom they didn't think highly of. Am I dreaming? The Mountain King has been defeated. Someone couldn't help but scream. One sword. He was defeated with just one sword. Unbelievable. The third refinement high-level exceptional realm defeated the little sacred master Big Mountain King with just one strike. Although the Big Mountain King was injured and his strength was less than half of his peak, the third refinement high-level exceptional realm defeated him with just one strike. The screams continued. Genius. No, an exceptional genius. He's an exceptional genius. Everyone in the human race's tower was excited. After all, this exceptional genius who had appeared was from the human race. Compared to the human race, the other races couldn't help but feel unhappy. It's just a victory. It's nothing to win against the injured and weak Mountain King. A Vajra race lesser sacred master suddenly jumped down from the Vajra race's tower and faced Chumu. Like the Mountain King, he had won 20 consecutive victories. However, he rested after 20 consecutive victories. Hence, he wasn't injured and his strength was 100%. In short, he was at his peak. Everyone could see that this person's purpose was to fight for the dignity of the Vajra clan. Chumu didn't say anything. The Li-perishing sword vibrated slightly, and the sword light pierced through the air and reached the lesser sacred master in an instant. Break! The Vajra race lesser sacred master suddenly roared. His eyes widened, and a golden metallic light flashed across his body. He immediately used his race's secret technique, Vajra body. Then he punched out with both fists. The Vajra race's weapons were their bodies and their fists. Unsurprisingly, the Vajra race young sacred venerable's fists collided with Chumu's sword. However, the sword light was not defeated. Instead, it exploded with power and broke through the Vajra race young sacred venerable's fists. It went straight for the center of the Vajra race young sacred venerable's chest and sent him flying a few hundred meters away. The power of the sword light was so strong that it directly broke the Vajra race lesser sacred master's Vajra race lesser sacred master. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. If King of the Mountain King was defeated before they could find some excuses. For example, King of the Mountain King had fought 11 consecutive battles and used up most of his strength. or he was injured and his strength was affected. But this time it was different. King of the Mountain King was defeated by a sword light even when he was at his peak. We humans are lucky. Many people in the human race's tower were overjoyed. The great emperors in the upper echelons were even more delighted. They all looked at Chu Mu as if they wanted to see through him. He defeated a lesser sacred master with a single sword light. He is so strong. Could it be that his strength has reached the level of a greater sacred master? If his strength has reached the level of a greater sacred master, then he is no longer a peerless genius. He is a genius. A genius. Our human race may have another heaven's pride. The great emperors of the human race started to investigate Chu Mu's background. They were prepared to recruit him. There were many geniuses in the entire race, but there were very few geniuses. As for peerless geniuses, the word few was not enough to describe them. When a genius grew up, it was undoubtedly a good thing for a race. They could easily rule over a region. You are indeed powerful. Let me fight you. A vigorous figure leaped into the sky and landed. It was the orc race's tower. This person was from the orc race. He had a handsome face and green eyes that were like gems. His aura had a trace of wildness to it, as if he was a lone wolf. It's Lang Xingfeng, the peerless genius of the orc race and wolfman race. He is only at the 5th refinement of the exceptional realm, but he has the strength of a greater sacred master. He has won 30 consecutive battles. He is going to fight. Many people in the human race became nervous. It was as if they had become Chu Mu. 5th refinement of the exceptional realm, but he has the strength of a greater sacred master. 3rd refinement of the exceptional realm can defeat a lesser sacred master. I wonder who is more powerful. We will know who is more powerful after battle. There is no doubt about Lang Xingfeng's strength. He has proven it with his 30 consecutive victories. That human has only won 2 battles. It is nothing. I am sure that he is no match for Lang Xingfeng. A wolfman from the orc race sneered. He was confident in Lang Xingfeng. I will let you know what a true peerless genius is. Lang Xingfeng was arrogant because he had the right to be. There is no point in talking. Chu Mu said, "Humph." With a cold snort, Lang Xingfeng transformed into an afterimage. With astonishing speed, he instantly charged at Chu Mu. With nimble and vigorous steps, he extended a hand and grabbed at Chu Mu like a claw, ripping apart the sky. The cold aura locked onto Chu Mu and blocked all his escape routes. There was nowhere to escape. This claw showed the essence of Lang Xingfeng's martial arts and battle skills. However, this level was not enough for Chu Mu. He waved the Li-perishing sword and broke through the lock of Lang Xingfeng's claw. He counterattacked. Sword light flickered, shocking Lang Xingfeng. He had already prepared his other claw and grabbed at Chu Mu's heart from below. The claw was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was from a tricky angle, and the timing was even more shocking. However, what Lang Xingfeng grabbed was not Chu Mu's heart, but the head of the Li-perishing sword. The head of the sword shook slightly, and a strong power burst out, bouncing Lang Xingfeng's claw away. The body of the sword then chopped down. According to the classification of sword arts, Lang Xingfeng's martial arts had barely reached the Earth realm. He had not reached the initial level of the Earth realm, but he was much stronger than the limit of the mortal realm. Double claw attacks were considered close combat and were more agile than using a sword. However, the sword in Chu Mu's hands was shockingly agile. In less than 3 breaths of time, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. With a flash of sword light and an explosion of power, Lang Xingfeng's body was like the Mountain King and the others, instantly flying hundreds of meters away. When he landed, he still slid back a few meters. Chapter 2146. You've successfully infuriated me. Lang Xingfeng did not lose his ability to fight after being sent flying a few hundred meters, like the King of the Mountain and the King of the Mountain. Instead, he got up instantly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The emerald color in his eyes became even more intense, releasing a faint luster. Lang Xingfeng was furious. Chu Mu was a little surprised. In fact, he had not used his full strength, or rather, he had not even used his true strength. He had suppressed his strength to a lower level, which was almost at the level of a great sacred master, and used it to fight. There were 3 reasons for him to do so. First, Chu Mu's true strength could be said to have surpassed that of a supreme sacred master. He could even fight against an ordinary half-step great emperor. If he used the true secrets of human Tao, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an ordinary half-step great emperor. However, there were already very few supreme sacred masters in the 100 battles arena, let alone half-step great emperors. Chu Mu wanted to get the reward and also wanted to train himself. Therefore, he could only limit his strength and use less power to display his sword skills. He wanted to stimulate the power of his sword skills more and improve his sword skills bit by bit. Second, it was a form of concealment and self-protection. After all, he had just come here and was not clear about the situation in the 100 battles arena. It was normal to have some reservations. If his opponent was stronger, he would naturally use more strength to deal with it. Third, Chu Mu was worried that if he showed too much strength at the beginning, there would not be enough opponents, and he would not be able to complete the 100 consecutive victories. However, the power of that sword was still somewhat strong. Lang Xingfeng was only slightly injured, and it did not affect his strength. This surprised Chu Mu a little. In anger, Lang Xingfeng's aura fluctuated violently. It surged to his right arm like a tide, and his right arm began to undergo a strange change. That is, immediately, many people started to guess. Beast transformation, someone exclaimed. It seemed to be a very impressive ability. It's not beast transformation, but partial beast transformation. Who would have thought that this Lang Xingfeng actually grasped partial beast transformation? This is truly unexpected. The Vajra race had their own innate abilities, the soldier race had their own innate abilities, and the beast men naturally had their own innate abilities. These innate abilities were divided into high and low grades. The beastman's high-grade innate ability was beast transformation. Beast transformation was a very remarkable innate ability that only a small number of beastmen could master. Naturally, the beastmen who didn't master beast transformation would still have outstanding strength, speed, and other aspects. It was a passive innate ability, a relatively low-grade innate ability. Lang Xingfeng's right arm changed from a human arm to a wolf's claw. It was incomparably sharp, longer, and thicker than a human arm. It was like a peerless killing weapon. With a light wave, the air was easily torn apart by the sharp claws. Lang Xingfeng, who had partially transformed into a beast, had become even more powerful and ruthless. The beast men were divided into wolf men, tiger men, lion men, bear men, eagle men, and other subraces. Each subrace aura was different, and their abilities were also different. For example, the wolf men were like a combination of humans and wolves. They had superior intelligence, but they also had the ferocity and ruthlessness of wolves. Both of his feet stamped on the ground. His speed was even faster than before. Lang Xingfeng was like a ferocious wolf as he flew towards Chu Mu. His wolf claws were raised and fiercely clawed out, tearing apart the vast sky. This claw attack made it difficult for Chu Mu to breathe, as if his body was about to be torn apart. The Li Perishing sword was raised. Sword light flickered as it resisted each of Lang Xingfeng's claw attacks and counterattacked. Lang Xingfeng's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were fierce and ruthless. However, Chu Mu wasn't weak either. Chu Mu had fought against sword cultivators the most. He didn't fight much other than that. He also rarely fought with claw opponents, especially against beastmen who could directly transform into claws. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent like the beastmen who could directly transform into claws. The way of the sword wasn't just about fighting with sword cultivators. It was also about going through many different types of battles. Only then would one be able to further perfect their way of the sword, making it flawless and perfect. Lang Xingfeng's sharp claws were constantly waving out, using all kinds of claw techniques. He focused on speed and ruthlessness as he continued to attack. He completely gave up on defending and dodging, attacking and attacking. Under the support of his anger, his strength was displayed at an extraordinary level. Chu Mu, on the other hand, used basic sword techniques to counter Lang Xingfeng's fierce attacks. He was also comprehending the mysteries of his opponent's claw techniques. After a full quarter of an hour of high-intensity attacks, Lang Xingfeng's attack power and speed had decreased slightly. Chu Mu immediately seized the opportunity and broke Lang Xingfeng's sharp claws with his sword. Then he took the opportunity to slash down. The sword light exploded on Lang Xingfeng's chest, and Lang Xingfeng was once again sent flying hundreds of meters away. This time, Chu Mu increased the power of his sword. Lang Xingfeng directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. He rolled back a few times, his limbs splayed out on the ground. For a moment, he only felt pain in his chest that spread to every part of his body. He couldn't get up at all. The injured and powerless Lang Xingfeng couldn't maintain his beast transformation at all. His right arm returned to its original state. He won! He won! Lang Xingfeng's defeat shocked everyone. They were very surprised. The strength of a great sacred master. A prodigy. He's definitely a prodigy. Great, we humans have another prodigy. Although they were shocked, the humans were mostly happy. The gap between a peerless prodigy and a prodigy was huge. Before it was just a guess, but now it was confirmed. Compared to the humans, the other races were a little unhappy after being shocked. Why was it the humans and not their own race? After defeating Lang Xingfeng, Chu Mu obtained 3 consecutive victories. However, his 3 consecutive victories were different from most people's. It was very valuable because he had defeated 3 opponents in a row. 2 of them had obtained 20 consecutive victories, and 1 had obtained 30 consecutive victories. However, the 100 Battles arena was like this. No matter how many consecutive victories you obtained, as long as you were defeated, it could only be counted as a victory. After defeating 3 powerful opponents in a row, Chu Mu didn't use much of his strength. He stood on the 100 Battles arena, waiting for the next challenger. However, Chu Mu's strength was extraordinary. For a moment, no one went up to the arena. Even Lang Xingfeng, who had obtained 30 consecutive victories, was defeated. Those who weren't as strong as Lang Xingfeng would also be defeated. 10 breaths passed, and still no one went up to the arena. "I'll go," a human said. He leaped up and landed on the 100 Battles arena. It was a lesser Saint Venerable. "Your strength is extraordinary. I know I'm not your opponent, but I still want to fight and train myself." "Please," Chu Mu said. This person attacked. His long spear danced like a hurricane. He didn't test Ji Fuqian's strength at all because there was no need to. He used his full strength right from the start. Chu Mu didn't attack. Instead, he let the opponent attack 3 times. Then he waved his sword. The sword light tore apart the opponent's hurricane and sent him flying. His chi and blood surged, and he was slightly injured. I admit defeat. This person was very tactful. He knew he was not Yi Fuqian's opponent, and Yi Fuqian gave him face. So he took the initiative to admit defeat. Chu Mu obtained 4 consecutive victories. Then another 10 breaths passed, and no one went up to the arena. Most people's thoughts were simple. They knew they were no match for Yi Fuqian, but they still went up. Who would be that stupid? Arrange for people to go up and challenge him. Let him win a few more rounds. Fu Qingqi, who was sitting on the 5th floor of the human tower, ordered a person beside him. "Yes, young master." This middle-aged man accepted the order and immediately went to the third floor to give the order. Soon, another person landed on the 100 Battles arena. It was a lesser Saint Venerable. Naturally, he was not Chu Mu's opponent and was easily defeated. Chu Mu obtained 5 consecutive victories. Another lesser Saint Venerable landed on the 100 Battles arena and fought with Chu Mu, but he was defeated by Chu Mu. 6 consecutive victories. As such, Chu Mu quickly obtained 9 consecutive victories. There were a few lesser Saint Venerables challenging him in a row, and after one was defeated, the next one came up to challenge him. This made Chu Mu suspicious. He looked towards the human tower and happened to meet Fu Qingqi's eyes on the 5th floor. Fu Qingqi smiled and nodded to Chu Mu as a greeting. Chu Mu also nodded back as if he understood something. This was a method. It could be said to be cheating openly, finding people who were not as strong as him to challenge him, and allowing him to obtain consecutive victories was also a kind of help to him. Shameless. The human race is too shameless. They actually use such a method to win. This method naturally caused the other races to be dissatisfied. However, they could only express their dissatisfaction because every race had done this before and more than once. Although they were cursing, no one would take it seriously. We can't let the human race continue like this. Someone must defeat him. Once Chu Mu obtained 10 consecutive victories, he would have a chance to rest. Shuezhen, go and defeat him, an expert from the Snow Clan said in the tower of the Snow Clan. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the 4th floor of the Snow Clan tower. As the figure landed, snowflakes danced in the air. The Snow Clan was one of the many small clans in the Origin Realm, and also one of the small clans in the 100 Battles arena. Compared to the 4 major clans, their population was very small, not even 1%. The number and quality of their experts were also far inferior to the 4 major clans. Therefore, they were in a relatively weak position. This time it was the Beastmen who had asked the Snow Clan to send people to attack the human race. They had to defeat him. It's Shuezhen from the Snow Clan. He also obtained 30 consecutive victories. He has the strength of a peak great Saint Venerable. Ordinary great Saint Venerables are no match for him. Shuezhen is definitely stronger than Lang Xingfeng. Seeing the person on the stage, everyone's eyes lit up. I am Shuezhen from the Snow Clan. I have specially come to challenge you. Please enlighten me. Shuezhen saluted Chu Mu with a fist and a sword. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. As a small clan, when facing a major clan, they often had to maintain a certain level of respect. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to get into unnecessary conflicts and bring trouble to their own clan. When facing a major clan, small clans were often weak. This was a kind of tragedy. Chapter 2147. The people of the Snow Tribe also practiced swordsmanship. The Snow Tribe's swordsmanship was quite famous in all heavens. Shuezhen was an outstanding swordsman of the Snow Tribe among the younger generation. The characteristics of the people of the Snow Tribe were that their hair was as white as snow and their skin was very white. They naturally had a trace of coldness around them. They usually preferred white colors, so they all wore white robes. Even their scabbards and sword hilts were snow white. They were like snowmen. Please, Chu Mu said. Shuezhen nodded slightly and immediately drew his sword. A sword light flashed. It was like a snowy rainbow that traversed the vast sky and shot towards Chu Mu. A wave of icy coldness swept over. Vaguely, Chu Mu felt as if he could see snow flying towards him. The swordsmanship of the Snow Tribe might not be as rich as that of the human tribe, but it had the characteristics of their tribe. The sword carried the coldness of ice and snow, creating a scene of snow flying everywhere. The power of law that the people of the Snow Tribe comprehended was usually the law of snow. When they became great emperors, they usually mastered the great way of snow. Shuezhen's sword thrust out and displayed exquisite swordsmanship. Chu Mu also saw that Xue Zhen's swordsmanship had reached the initial rank of the Earth Realm. His talent in swordsmanship was very good. The snow-like sword light pierced through the sky. It did not seem fast, but it arrived in an instant. White snowflakes flew around Chu Mu. The sword light jumped among the snowflakes, as if it would fly out from any snowflake. It was difficult to guard against. Chu Mu shook his wrist slightly, and the perishing sword rose. The sword light flashed like stars, shattering the snowflakes. The snowflakes were shattered, and the snow-like sword light had nowhere to hide. It shot towards Chu Mu, but it was shattered by Chu Mu's sword. Flying snow sky. Xue Zhen's second sword technique followed closely behind. There seemed to be a whistling sound of wind. In front of Chu Mu's eyes, countless white snowflakes were swept up by the wind. Every snowflake was formed by sword qi, and they all carried an astonishing sharpness. This was a sword technique of the snow race. Although the human race had a sword technique called flying snow sky, it was not as exquisite as the snow race's sword technique. The power Chu Mu used was the same as before. There was no change. His goal was not only to win, but also to hone his swordsmanship. It was very difficult to improve the combo of the Tao-seeking sword art through cultivation. Only through battle could one better understand the mysteries within. Under the flying snow sky, countless sword auras engulfed the white snow. The coldness invaded his entire body. Chu Mu used great wind soaring, and his sword transformed into a gale that blew away the flying snow that filled the sky. Soon after, his sword style changed, transforming into a wind cloud dragon. As the gale roared, it condensed into a white azure dragon that charged forth. What sword technique is this? It's very exquisite and strange. Many swordsmen and great emperors were shocked when they saw Chu Mu's Tao-seeking sword art. Silent snowfall. Xue Zhen's sword technique changed. Her sword stabbed out and transformed into a wisp of white snow that silently fell from the sky. This was a sword with extremely condensed power. It instantly pierced through the white dragon and attacked Chu Mu. However, after the white dragon was pierced through, it shook its body and transformed into a deep blue world that pressed down from the sky. This was a new combo that Chu Mu came up with. Its effect was yet to be tested. The dark blue world fell, and the suppressive force fell on Xue Zhen's body. Xue Zhen's expression changed, and the sword in his hand seemed to become extremely heavy. He slowly lifted it from bottom to top, and when it was about to reach the highest point, it suddenly burst and flicked upward. A snow-white sword light rushed upward like a waterfall. The white waterfall was formed by snow-white sword qi. It turned into a snow dragon and rushed to the sky. It wanted to shatter the dark blue world. The dark blue world spun, and the wind and clouds changed. It turned into a lesser void and swallowed the white snow dragon. It disappeared without a trace. Then a sword light, overbearing and dominating, shot down from the lesser void. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy the world. Xue Zhen brandished her sword, and that one strike was earth-shattering. Her entire being seemed to have become one with the sword, and then with the flying snow, as she cleaved at the sword light that was coming down from the sky. That strike was apparently that I am the master of the sword art of Wen Dao. The white sword light was shattered. Countless snowflakes danced and scattered in all directions. Xue Zhen's body appeared. He trembled uncontrollably as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he fell down softly. When Chu Mu limited his power, Ego Master's power was still very strong. Even Xue Zhen, who had the power of a peak great saint, couldn't withstand it. Great sword technique. 10 wins in a row. Chu Mu defeated Xue Zhen of the Snow Clan and got 10 wins in a row. However, after 10 consecutive battles, he didn't use up any power at all. Therefore, he didn't need to rest. However, even a peak great saint had been defeated by him. There were very few great saints who could be his match. For a moment, There was an awkward silence. But soon there were people from the human tower who continued to challenge him. They were all lesser Saint Masters. This was like giving Chumu a chance to win openly. The power of a lesser Saint Master was nothing to Chumu. He defeated them easily. 11 wins in a row. 12 wins in a row. 13 wins in a row. Soon, Chumu got 17 wins in a row. Shameless. Too shameless. You go. If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely go. We must oppose this. Objection. The people of the other clans were very angry and objected. Although they had used similar methods more than once, they were opposed by the other clans. Facing the opposition of the other clans, the human clan stopped the practice. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't afford to anger the other clans. Chumu stopped at 17 wins in a row. Since you don't want our clansmen to challenge him, you can't let this little brother stay in the arena forever. Yes, none of you are willing to challenge him. Are you not going to allow our younger generation to challenge him? The 2 great emperors on the 6th floor of the human tower said one after another. They liked Chumu. He was a genius of the human clan. He deserved to be protected. As for the practice of winning, no one dared to say it out loud. They called it a challenge. Even if they were found out, as long as they didn't admit it, it would just be a war of words. However, a war of words was meaningless. But now the human clan naturally had to complain and refute the other clans. Chumu's sharp eyes swept across the tower of the Vajra race, soldier race, beastman race, and the other clans. It was like a sword light. Many people subconsciously averted their eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. I'm right here. Which one of you wants to fight me? Chumu's tone was very calm. It was neither high nor low, neither slow nor fast. However, it contained a kind of sharpness. It was like a long sword. What an arrogant human. Ignorant. Does he think he can get carried away just because he won a few rounds? Hearing Chumu's words, the other clans' faces turned ugly. They all said angrily, "Good lad. I like his character." On the human clan's side, the great emperors laughed. One of the great emperors with a big beard even shouted loudly. Obviously, he was deliberately provoking the great emperors of the other clans. Don't be so smug. Don't think that you don't know who you are just because you won a few rounds. Soon, someone will come and take care of you. In the tower of the Vajra race, a lesser sacred master from the Vajra race pointed at Chumu and shouted, "Do you want me to wait here?" Chumu asked in return, "Your time is not important. My time is important. I'll take you on." A great sacred master from the Vajra race snorted coldly. He leaped and landed on the 100 battles arena. It was like a meteorite crashing down, causing the arena to shake slightly. The moment the great sacred master from the Vajra race landed, he immediately activated his race's innate talent, the Vajra body. His entire body shone with a golden luster, as if he was made of metal. Under the Vajra body, the defense of the great sacred master from the Vajra race rose sharply. The attack of an ordinary great sacred master wouldn't be able to break through his defense and cause any damage. Even the attack of a peak great sacred master would be reduced by a considerable amount. His arms shook, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was as if 2 metals were colliding. It was very ear-piercing. "I'll let you have a taste of my fury of the Vajra." After the great sacred master from the Vajra race performed the Vajra body secret technique, he performed another secret technique, the fury of the Vajra. When the fury of the Vajra was performed, it was as if flames were spreading out from his body, burning his entire body. This kind of flame belonged to the fury of the Vajra. With the fury of the Vajra race, the body of the great sacred master from the Vajra race seemed to swell up. He looked even more powerful, and his aura was even more shocking. Vajra fist, Vajra moves mountains. After performing the 2 secret techniques, the strength of the great sacred master from the Vajra race increased sharply. It was as if he was approaching the peak great sacred master. Relying on his amazing defense, he directly rushed towards Chumu. He swept his hands as if he was going to lift a mountain. It was as if he was already lifting a mountain in his hands. He then smashed it towards Chumu. Just imagining the terrifying force of a mountain smashing down was enough to make one shudder in fear. Chumu seemed to see the shadow of a mountain smashing towards him, as if it was going to crush him. Tao-seeking sword technique, go against the current. The sword light rolled back and slashed forward. It instantly split the shadow of the mountain in half. Then the go against the current turned into a wind and clouds dragon that swooped down. Vajra splits the sky. He grabbed with both hands. It was as if he was going to tear the sky apart. He then punched out fiercely. Golden fist force broke through the air and blasted towards the wind and clouds dragon. The wind and clouds dragon was shattered, but it turned into a small void and fell. Vajra splits the sea. Dark blue world. Vajra breaks the mountain. I am the master. Vajra splits the earth. Sword of slaughter. It was a different combination of moves, but it also exploded with amazing power. It clashed with the Vajra race's Vajra fist again and again. The last move, the sword of slaughter, was slashed down. The terrifying impact of the killing intent made the great sacred master from the Vajra race tremble. He reacted a little slower and was instantly hit by the sword light. The defense of the Vajra race's body was broken, and he was immediately injured. Chapter 2148. Without a doubt, this Vajra race great saint had been defeated by Chumu's sword. He won again. 18 wins in a row. 18 consecutive wins wasn't much, but Chumu's 18 consecutive wins seemed to be even more valuable. Although most of the victories were from the human race side, a small portion of the battles were real battles. There wasn't the slightest bit of exaggeration. Moreover, his opponents were all at the level of 20 or 30 consecutive wins. Immediately, another person went up to challenge Chumu. It was a soldier race great saint. This soldier race great saint's arms turned into a pair of short swords, and he attacked Chumu fiercely. His speed was extremely fast, and his short swords intersected with each other. Chumu rarely encountered such an attack, and it piqued his interest. He allowed his opponent to attack him, and only used one sword to defend. He blocked all of the soldier race great saint's attacks. The soldier race great saint's speed was extremely fast. He surrounded Chumu and attacked crazily, looking for a blind spot. However, he could not break through Chumu's defense. The short swords came from the front and back, but Chumu raised the Li-perishing sword and blocked all of the short sword's attacks. Moreover, the Li-perishing sword seemed to contain a strange, sticky power that prevented the short swords from getting rid of it. Then, Chumu's sword-wielding arm suddenly exerted force, and the high-speed vibration was pushed upwards. The power was stable and evenly distributed, and it instantly exploded. The explosive power and vibration power attacked together, and the soldier race great saint's body flew out uncontrollably. The strong impact made his arms tremble, and his power dissipated. He could not gather it again in an instant. However, a sword light bloomed in front of him, and it filled the world. This sword's timing was perfect, and it could not be blocked. It sent the soldier race great saint flying. 19 wins in a row. If we let him win one more round, it will be 20 wins in a row. The outsiders' faces were not looking good. This genius was from the human race, and he was not from their race. Therefore, it was normal for them to feel unhappy. Although they could not kill him, they could still suppress him to a certain extent. At this time, a mighty figure flew down from the beastman's tower. It was like a tiger descending from the mountain. When it landed on the stage, the entire stage seemed to shake. Then a roar was heard. It was as if the king of all beasts had descended and ruled the world. He's here. It's the beastman's tiger paw. It's actually him. When they saw the figure that appeared on the 100 Battles arena, they couldn't help but exclaim one after another. The beastmen were very excited, while the humans were surprised and showed a trace of worry. The prodigy of the Tigermen tribe, Hupao. This Husi had previously obtained 50 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, and 30 consecutive victories were considered the most basic level of the 100 consecutive victories. As long as one's strength was not bad, obtaining 30 consecutive victories was not a difficult task. However, once one reached 40 consecutive victories, the difficulty would abruptly increase, not to mention 50 consecutive victories. Every person who could achieve a 50-win streak was a real talent. The aura fluctuations emitted by Hupao had reached the initial stage of the 4th refinement of the exceptional realm. As a prodigy, his strength was at least at the peak of the Great Sacred Venerate level. A prodigy's peak Great Sacred Venerate level was the same as an ordinary peak Great Sacred Venerate, but the strength that they could display was very different. As soon as Hupao appeared, he gave Chu Mu, who was hiding his strength, a faintly discernible pressure. There was a pattern between Hupao's eyebrows that looked like the word king. As a member of the Tigermen tribe, Hupao had a kind of majesty, as if he was the king of all beasts. I heard that a prodigy had appeared in the human race, so I came to take a look. Hupao's words sounded a little careless, but they contained absolute confidence. No matter how talented or powerful the other party was, he would use his own strength to defeat the other party and let the other party know that he was even more powerful. This kind of thinking could be said to be arrogant, but it was also a kind of confidence. He had absolute confidence in himself. You'll be very surprised. Chu Mu replied faintly, "Haha, then show me your full strength and see if I'll be surprised." Hupao laughed. Chu Mu's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. If he used his full strength, he could defeat Hupao with a sword. However, Chu Mu did not intend to do so. No matter what, Hupao was still a prodigy. Although he could not be compared to Chu Mu in terms of absolute strength, as a prodigy, he must have his own outstanding points. Chu Mu suppressed his own strength and used a strength that was similar to Hupao's, or even slightly inferior, in order to sharpen his sword skills. Chu Mu did not answer Hupao again. Instead, he raised his sword light. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the air and attacked Hupao. This sword was like a fuse that ignited the battle between the two prodigies. A roar that sounded like the roar of a tiger king rang out. The tiger roared as it charged forward and punched out, shattering the sword light. A terrifying gale whistled as it blasted towards Chu Mu with astonishing power. Immediately, Hupao gently leaped up and swooped down towards Chu Mu from midair. His feet were still in midair, as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger, leaping down from a high mountain with unparalleled power. The sword light rose like a long river flowing in reverse, going against the current. Hupao's figure landed, his body spinning as he swept his leg. It was like a tiger's tail whip, which could break a mountain. It was very terrifying. However, what greeted him was still the sword light. In an instant, Hupao and Chu Mu exchanged dozens of blows, and they were evenly matched. You do have some strength. You're worthy of me using my true ability. After Hupao's attack failed, he quickly retreated and pulled away from Chu Mu. Then, a roar sounded from Hupao's mouth. This sound sounded different from before, as if a real tiger was roaring. It instantly made people's scalps go numb and goosebumps all over their bodies. Following the roar that caused one's entire body to tremble, Husi's body also rapidly changed. His body seemed to have swelled up and stretched, becoming even taller and more powerful. Especially his upper body, it seemed to have become even stronger. Soft golden hair appeared, and his body changed from that of a human to that of a beast. His head and arms also changed at the same time. It was as if the internal bones had been broken and rebuilt. His arms expanded and stretched, His muscles swelled, and golden hair appeared. His palms also became bigger and thicker, as if there was a thick layer of meat pads. Its head had also changed from the shape of a human to that of a tiger. However, it wasn't exactly the head of a tiger. Instead, it was the head of a ferocious tiger that was closer to that of a human. It was obvious that this was an intelligent creature. Immediately after, a golden tail emerged from the tiger paw's tailbone. It was at least 2 meters long, and it kept swaying. Half-beast transformation. Hu Pao actually mastered the innate ability of half-beast transformation. On the beastmen's side, they were all shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. The other races were also surprised. The beastmen's high-grade innate ability was beast transformation. This beast transformation was divided into 3 levels, from low to high, which were partial beast transformation, half-beast transformation, and complete beast transformation. Mastering partial beast transformation was already quite amazing, and half-beast transformation was even more difficult. As for complete beast transformation, there weren't many beastmen in the entire race. After partial beast transformation, one strength would increase, and half-beast transformation strength would increase even more. As for complete beast transformation, the increase in strength would be even more astonishing. After half-beast transformation, Hu Pao's aura surged. It was at least 50% stronger than before, which also meant that his strength had greatly increased. Originally, Hu Pao already had the strength of a peak great sacred master. Now, after half-beast transformation, he had surpassed the limits of a great sacred master and was infinitely close to a supreme sacred master. He even had the ability to resist a supreme sacred master. Such strength had already surpassed Chu Mu's previous opponents. A tyrannical aura rushed over, and the pressure was astonishing. After half-beast transformation, Hu Pao leaped again. This time he leaped higher, and his aura was even more ferocious. He swooped down like a true king of tigers pouncing. In midair, Hu Pao had already launched his attack. His claws grabbed forward as if he wanted to grab Chu Mu's body and tear it apart. His golden tail swayed gently as he leaped, but it contained a unique pattern that made Hu Pao's speed even faster and more ferocious. As the claws fell, sword light flashed and directly blocked them. At the same time, the swaying tail shattered the sky and instantly swung down. After half-beast transformation, every move of Hu Pao was a kind of martial art. He had completely grasped the essence of the Tigerman's martial arts and integrated it into his body, so that every move and style was incomparably compatible with his body. The tiger head's collision, the tiger claws slapping and tearing, the tiger tail's whip sweep. Every move contained a powerful force and contained the essence of the Tigerman's martial arts. When linked together, it produced an even more powerful force. At this moment, Hu Pao seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, the king of beasts, and Chu Mu had become his prey. This was not only what Chu Mu felt, but also what everyone else felt. So strong! Chu Mu was secretly surprised. In the slaughter world, he rarely fought with the orcs, not to mention the talents of the orcs. Therefore, he did not know that the orcs' beastification ability was so amazing. At this time, when he said that Hu Pao was strong, it was not referring to the strength of absolute strength, but the strength of half-beast transformation and Hu Pao's outstanding talent. Under the combination, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but more of an improvement. If Chu Mu only had such strength, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Hu Pao. With the same strength, Chu Mu displayed the combo of the sword-seeking sword art to fight against Hu Pao. There were currently 14 moves in the sword-seeking sword art. Chu Mu had only successfully formed 8 moves into a combo, but this time he did not use these 8 moves. Instead, he used the pressure brought by Hu Pao to try a new combo and deepen his understanding of the sword-seeking sword art. Chapter 2149. Tiger Exploding Style. The muscles on Hu Pao's right arm swelled and instantly doubled in size. It looked like his waist, which was very shocking. The The swollen muscles jumped as if there was a tyrannical power shuttling back and forth in them, as if they were about to explode. It was as if there was a huge volcano hidden within. His 5 fingers bent and the flesh on his palm protruded, becoming incomparably hard. A terrifying power constantly emerged from all parts of his body and poured into it. It then brazenly bombarded out, causing the air to explode. The terrifying momentum was like a surging wave, surging endlessly. Under this palm, nothing could stop it. This palm was extremely fast, and its power was unparalleled. It was also unleashed after a series of consecutive moves. Not only had his aura reached its peak, but his power had also almost surpassed the limit. This was a destructive blow, and it was also an ultimate skill that Hu Pao had created after countless battles, combining the martial arts essence of the Tiger Men with his own strength. This attack was difficult for Chu Mu to completely dodge, even if he used the second stage of the 4 directions truth-seeking step. This was because the power of this palm had penetrated the void and descended. The Li-perishing sword was held horizontally in front of him to block. A terrifying power erupted from Hu Pao's palm, surging like the magma of a volcano that had accumulated for countless years. The terrifying impact caused the Li-perishing sword to bend inwards, and a surge of power passed through the Li-perishing sword and directly hit Chu Mu's chest. If Chu Mu's true strength was only this, then this attack would very likely injure him, causing him to lose the ability to fight and be defeated. Unfortunately, Chu Mu's true strength was far beyond this. Even if he had deliberately suppressed most of his power and did not use it, his battle awareness was still there. The moment the terrifying power of the tiger exploding style passed through the Li-perishing sword and bombarded his chest, Chu Mu also mobilized his own power and gathered it in his chest, arranging it in a strange way to resist the impact of the tiger exploding style and disperse it, spreading it throughout his body. In terms of the strength of his body, Chu Mu was not inferior to Hu Pao. His defensive power was astonishing. There was a very clear bang, as if a powerful punch had landed on a soaked cowhide. The sound was muffled, and the terrifying power instantly condensed and exploded. It rushed around his chest, as if it was going to explode. The moment his chest was hit by the power, Chu Mu took another step back. This step was very mysterious. It was the second layer of the 4 directions true steps. One step could cross through space, further weakening the power of the tiger exploding style. Therefore, in the end, Chu Mu only felt a trace of pain, but did not receive any injuries. Hu Si was surprised. The strike had gathered all the power in his body and circulated it through a special method, placing a certain burden on his body. The power that erupted had surpassed his limits. Even ordinary Supreme Saint Exalts would be injured if they were struck, but this person had managed to block it and endure it. While he was startled, Chu Mu had used Tiger Explosion style, and his strength had been depleted for an instant. He was in the process of recovering. Although his recovery speed was very, very fast, Chu Mu had managed to seize the opportunity. The path-seeking sword technique had started from nothing. This was the first move of the path-seeking sword technique, and it was also the weakest move. This time, Chu Mu had used it as a starting move. Hu Si, who had started from nothing and was in the process of recovering his strength, was surprised. He felt that his mind seemed to have been slightly affected. It made his mind flash back to when he was still weak. Floating duckweed. Under the momentum, he drifted with the flow, like a duckweed floating on water. At this time, Hu Si instinctively felt that he could not let his opponent continue to use the sword technique. He had to break it, so he quickly gathered part of his recovered strength, gathered it in his palms, and pushed it out fiercely again. A terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down. Chu Mu followed up with a slash of his sword. The path-seeking sword technique's countercurrent. The sword light directly cut through the power that Hu Si had pushed out. The wind blew. The wind blew from the void. It was formed by the sword light, wind and cloud dragon. Under the wind, a white dragon appeared. It let out an earth-shattering roar. As the white dragon roamed out of the void, it was as if a lesser void was being dragged out. A lesser void. Under the wind, a lesser void appeared out of thin air. Then, as the lesser void fell, Hussey's counterattack was devoured. A dark blue area appeared. It was an oval-shaped world. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Chu Mu's sword technique was exquisite. Now that they had seen it, they felt that it was even more exquisite. A lesser void appeared out of thin air, and a dark blue world was born in the lesser void. Then, when the dark blue world came crashing down, its terrifying power made Hussey unable to move. A sword light, the center of the world, slashed down instantly. The sword light descended with the power of heaven, cutting open the void. It was as if it was dyed red with blood. I am the master of the path-seeking sword technique. The blood of the path-seeking sword technique's king. The blood-red sword light slashed down, shattering all of Hussey's defenses and slashing his body. There was no need to perform the following sword moves. The tyrannical power destroyed Hussey's half-beast transformation, and he returned to his original state. There was a wound on his body that was so deep that his bones could be seen. He was bleeding profusely. When the light fell, Hussey's injuries were quickly healed. This also meant that he had lost. The defeated Hussey did not say a word. He leaped, landed in the Orc Tower, and quickly left. After defeating Hussey, Chu Mu had won 20 consecutive victories. Chu Mu did not consume much of his power. However, since he had chosen to hide his true strength, he naturally could not appear too shocking. Therefore, he pretended that he had used up a lot of his power and stopped fighting. With a leap, Chu Mu landed on the 2nd floor of the human tower. "Your Excellency, you should go to the 4th floor," someone hurriedly said in a very respectful tone. "Why?" Chu Mu did not understand. The 1st floor of the tower is for Eternal Realm cultivators. The 2nd floor is for 1st refinement to 5th refinement exceptional realm cultivators. The 3rd floor is for little sacred venerables. The 4th floor is for great sacred venerables. The 5th floor is for supreme sacred venerables. The 6th floor is for half-step great emperors. And the 7th floor is for great emperors. The person hurriedly explained, "Although your Excellency's cultivation is only at the 3rd refinement exceptional realm, your strength completely matches that of a great sacred venerate. You are qualified to enter the 4th floor." Chu Mu was slightly stunned. So there was such a thing. "Little friend, please come to the 7th floor." A voice came from above. It was an invitation from a great emperor. Chu Mu moved and went up the stairs to the 7th floor. There were a total of 5 people on the 7th floor. There were white robes, black robes, and so on. They were all smiling at Chu Mu, a genius of the human race. His future potential was limitless. He was worth befriending. Moreover, they had to rope him in. It would be best if they could recruit him into their own forces. The Skype rides of the human race were the pride of the entire human race. However, everyone had their own selfish motives. Who wouldn't want their forces to become stronger? The human race was righteous. However, there were many conflicts of interest under this righteousness. The 5 great emperors of the human race were all smiling. Their eyes were blazing as they looked at Chu Mu as if he was a delicious piece of meat. "Little friend, come and sit here." An old man in white robes with a ruddy complexion greeted kindly. He gestured for Chu Mu to sit beside him. "Little friend, come and sit with me. This futon is woven with spirit-concentrating grass. Sitting on it is not only comfortable, but it can also calm your mind." The old man in green robes gestured to the seat beside him. Unknowingly, there was an extra futon on it. This old man is really shameless. The other 4 great emperors were instantly disdainful. However, they did not show it. On the contrary, the smiles on their faces became even more obvious. They even took out some good stuff. "Little friend, this is our first meeting." Let me give you this bracelet as a greeting gift. The old man in black robes took out a bracelet. The bracelet was made up of 108 small round beads. Every round bead was black in color with tiny golden dots. They were just like the stars in the night sky. It was extremely dazzling. A faintly discernible fragrance permeated the air. It was like a delicate fragrance with a hint of sweetness and sourness. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. The circulation of energy in one's body seemed to have sped up a little. Starwood. This old man even took out something like this. Seems like he has put in a lot of effort. One could tell that the starwood was a very precious item. However, in order to leave a good impression on Chu-Mu, the old man in black robes took out a bracelet made of starwood as a greeting gift. He had indeed put in a lot of effort. Since the old man in black robes had done so, the other great emperors also took out some good stuff as greeting gifts to give to Chu-Mu. In fact, strictly speaking, the 5 of them were only great emperors in the first step. They were at the bottom of the great emperor realm. In the great emperor realm, their talents were considered average in all aspects. They were the kind of people who would find it hard to advance to second step great emperor realm. Hence, they were sent out to select good seedlings for their respective forces. For a genius like Chu-Mu, who was extremely talented and had shocking potential, his future was limitless. It was highly possible for him to become a sovereign realm expert. If they could recruit him, it would be extremely beneficial to their forces, and they would be rewarded for it. However, they were at the bottom of the great emperor realm. To cultivators below the great emperor realm, they were superior. Even those cultivators who were confident of becoming great emperors were like ants when compared to great emperors before they became great emperors. Although Chu-Mu was extremely talented and had absolute confidence in becoming a great emperor, that was a matter for the future. He didn't know how long it would take. The gap between great emperors and cultivators below the great emperor realm was too big. Although Chu-Mu wasn't afraid of the 5 great emperors, it was difficult for him to treat them as if they were his peers. Hence, Chu-Mu was a little overwhelmed by the kindness and gifts of the 5 great emperors. However, he didn't show it and quickly regained his composure. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2150. The 5 great emperors were very enthusiastic. They first gave their gifts and then began to chat about Chu-Mu. During the chat, Chu-Mu also learned about the origins of the 5 great emperors and the forces they represented. The 5 great emperors were overjoyed when they learned that Chu-Mu did not come from any forces. According to their initial speculation, since this person was a heaven's pride, he must have come from a powerful force. Otherwise, it would be difficult to nurture him. They did not expect that he was not from any force, but a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator of the heaven's pride level must have gone through many hardships. At the same time, they must have had many fortuitous encounters. Such a person was often more outstanding than a heaven's pride from a major force in terms of talent and temperament. Their potential was often greater. Of course, this was also relative. If they did not receive better nurturing and relied on their own efforts, it was sometimes difficult to say. After all, it was a fact that shallow water could not nurture a true dragon. By the way, how should I address you? One of the great emperors asked. The other 4 great emperors were also stunned. They just realized that they did not know the other party's name. Chu-Mu. This time, Chu-Mu used his real name and not the name in the massacre world. Chu-Mu. Surname Chu. The 5 great emperors seemed to have thought of something and whispered. Chu-Mu realized that their gazes seemed to have become a little complicated. Young friend, are you sure you are not from any force? The black-robed great emperor asked again. Chu-Mu nodded. This was indeed the truth, because the Sword City in the Azure Domain was not considered a force. Young friend, have you heard of the Chu sect? The green-robed great emperor asked. Chu sect? Chu-Mu was a bit confused. The sword pavilion he was in before was called the Chu Gate Sword Pavilion. However, the Chu Gate Sword Pavilion was only a sword pavilion in the Azure Kingdom that couldn't even be considered a faction. It was impossible for the other party to know, so the Chu Gate didn't refer to the Chu Gate Sword Pavilion. The 5 great emperors looked at each other. From Chu Mu's reaction, they could tell that he did not know of the existence of the Chu sect. Little friend, the Chu sect is a very special force. The white-robed great emperor deliberated for a moment before saying, "In our origin realm, there are countless factions. However, the Chu sect is considered a rather special one among the many factions." Chu Mu revealed a respectful expression. The Chu sect was founded by the peerless genius of our human race, Chu Huangji, said the white-robed great emperor. His words surprised Chu Mu. The name Chu Huangji had left a deep impression on him. The other powers all have their own leaders, elders, disciples, and so on. However, the Chu sect doesn't have any elders or disciples other than Chu Huangji. Everyone in the Chu sect calls each other fellow apprentice brothers and sisters. Even Chu Huangji is no exception. The white-robed great emperor said, surprising Chu Mu. After the explanation, Chu Mu had a good understanding of the Chu sect. The Chu sect was founded by Chu Huangji 500 years ago. In the Chu sect, there was no difference between elder and disciple. They only called each other fellow apprentice brothers and sisters, regardless of cultivation level or status. As the sect leader and the founder of the Chu sect, Chu Huangji was the eldest senior brother in the Chu sect. The unity of the Chu sect was famous in the all heavens. Provoking anyone in the Chu sect would result in the enmity of the other members of the Chu sect. There were many examples in the past that proved this. Although the strongest person in the Chu sect was only a third-step great emperor, and there was no sovereign realm expert overseeing it, the Chu sect was an existence that many factions in the all heavens were unwilling to provoke because of its unity. Of course, other than the fact that the Chu sect was sufficiently united, there was another reason. Most of the people in the Chu sect had decent talent. They had more potential and had astounding growth potential. Therefore, once they became enemies with the Chu sect and were unable to destroy it, as long as a small portion of them survived and went into hiding, it would be difficult to find them all given the size of the origin realm. When those people became strong one day, there was no guarantee that they would not seek revenge. Of course, in the end, this was also related to the lack of conflict of interest. Once the conflict reached a certain level, if they wanted to fight, they would fight. If they wanted to kill, they would kill. But no matter what, there was no doubt about the unity and potential of the Chu sect. Third, the members of the Chu sect only had the surname Chu. It was because of this that the Chu sect was called the Chu sect, the sect with the surname Chu. In that case, doesn't the Chu sect have the most members in the origin realm? Ask Chu Mu. There were countless people in the human race, and the surname Chu was not a special surname. Therefore, there must be many people with the surname Chu. In addition, Chu Mu also had a thought. Would there be people who saw the potential and benefits of the Chu sect and changed their surname to join the Chu sect? Young friend, you worry too much. The red-robed great emperor immediately smiled. It's not that easy to join the Chu sect. It's very strict. That's right. It's very important whether a sect can develop and whether it can continue to be passed down. In fact, in terms of strength and inheritance is often more important. The green-robed great emperor said, Chu Huangji is a genius. In terms of cultivation, he is a peerless genius. In terms of the development and management of a sect, he also has an extraordinary view. Therefore, he set some rules from the beginning. Those who want to join the Chu sect have to go through some investigation to confirm their identity and temperament. That's right. Since ancient times, there have been many cases where a disciple of a sect was arrogant or looked down on others. In the end, they offended someone they should not have offended. As a result, not only did they die, but they also implicated the entire sect. Therefore, the Chu sect places great importance on temperament when selecting members. It's said that the members of the Chu sect are not afraid of trouble. If someone dares to provoke them, they will definitely fight back. However, I've almost never heard of a member of the Chu sect provoking others for no reason. However, I've heard in the past that a member of the Chu sect violated the sect's rules and was expelled. I'm not sure if it's true or not. One after another, Chu Mu's understanding of the Chu sect became clearer. In summary, first point, the Chu sect was founded by the peerless genius Chu Huangji. Second point, the members of the Chu sect address each other as fellow disciples. Third point, the members of the Chu sect only have the surname Chu. Fourth point, the Chu sect was not that easy to join. It was very strict. In order to avoid a situation where a rat's poop spoils a pot of porridge. Fifth point, the members of the Chu sect were all free. Other than not violating the simple rules of the Chu sect, everything else depended on themselves. What if someone changes their surname? Chu Mu asked. We're not sure about that. The 5 great emperors shook their heads. The Chu sect aroused Chu Mu's great interest. This kind of special sect that addressed each other as fellow disciples was very much to his taste. If I want to join the Chu sect, what should I do? Chu Mu asked. The 5 great emperors couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of which, this genius seemed to be very interested in the Chu sect. Of course, they could choose not to tell Chu Mu, but Chu Mu would definitely know after the matter. Moreover, whether Chu Mu would choose to join their respective factions was also a problem. Since that was the case, they might as well leave a good impression on him. It could be considered half a favor. If others knew what the 5 great emperors were thinking, they would probably be surprised. Many people couldn't reach a level that they worked hard for their entire lives, but they were actually like ordinary cultivators. Little did they know that some people who were lucky enough to become a great emperor would be stuck at the level of a great emperor for the rest of their lives, unable to improve at all. This was undoubtedly unacceptable for them. Intelligent life forms were like this. Using money as an analogy, when they had no money, they would want money for food and clothing. When they had food and clothing, they would want more money to live a better life. Then, they would want more money to enjoy themselves. In short, there was no end to their greed. It was like that for money, so was the pursuit of cultivation. Little friend Chu, since you have made a name for yourself here, there will probably be people from the Chu sect coming to contact you soon. The white-robed, great emperor smiled. If that's the case, thank you very much. Chu Mu said and bowed with his sword. Little friend Chu, although the Chu sect is good, it doesn't have a strong foundation. It only has a few hundred years of history and lacks sovereign realm experts, so it can't become an overlord. The green-robed, great emperor said, Our myriad St. Cliff has sovereign realm experts and is a first-rate overlord force. We have a strong foundation and we are mainly sword cultivators. With little friend Chu's talent, once you become a disciple of the myriad St. Cliff, you will definitely be valued and receive the best training. Little friend Chu, although our Daoxian sect is not a sword sect, we are not weaker than the myriad St. Cliff. We even have a sword sovereign. If little friend Chu joins our Daoxian sect, I guarantee that the sword sovereign will definitely take you in as a disciple and teach you wholeheartedly. The white-robed great emperor quickly said. The green-robed great emperor and the white-robed great emperor spoke one after another. The other 3 great emperors did not want to be outdone and gave their promises one after another. There was no other choice. There were very few peerless geniuses. Even in some overlord forces, there might not even be one in many years. Although there were more peerless geniuses than peerless geniuses, they were still very precious. For example, the Azure World Region's Azure Saint Palace was an overlord force. However, the Azure Saint Sun and Azure Saintess could only be considered as peerless geniuses. A peerless genius was very important. If an overlord force had another peerless genius and nurtured them well, they would have at least a 50% chance of becoming a sovereign realm expert. To any overlord force, being a sovereign realm expert was very important. Even if they couldn't become a sovereign realm expert, they could still become an invincible figure among the great emperors. To the entire sect, they were very important. Thank you for your kind intentions. Let me think about it. Chumu said, I plan to get 100 wins first before thinking about other things. 100 wins. The 5 great emperors were shocked.